Consider yourself a bucking buckaroo? You're in the right place. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Wild West event.
Here to tell us why it's all about personalized communications and connections is John Clavadetscher from Outsell.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are very honored today to have with us John Clavadetscher, who is the President and Chief Commercial Officer at Outsell. And if you haven't heard about Outsell, everybody, you will. Some of the biggest dealer groups, distributors, and organizations in retail automotive are involved with Outsell right now, and we're eager to learn more. John, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. It's an honor to be here, and congratulations on all your success and what you continue to do for the industry and for your cohort. So it's an honor to be here.
Oh, thank you. And John, we've heard so much about Outsell the last 2 years. You and I were talking in the green room before we got started. It's maybe coming up on 2 years that John Melashenko from Germain Motor Company was on here. And John, he was excited. He was telling us about something new they had been helping to develop and working with your company. And now Germain was implementing. And we just had John on the broadcast just a few months ago, back in November, giving us an update on that. So I've heard great things about Outsell, and I know our audience is eager to hear the rest of the story.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the automotive industry, automotive retail is full of just amazing, talented, innovative leaders. And none as special as John Melashenko and the Germain Group. So we've been very blessed and honored that throughout the course of Outsell's 17-year history to always be associated with those leaders and have them at the table and helping us to, develop our strategy, work with us on our roadmap, and really help us to continue to provide the platform and the solutions that are needed. And as mentioned, John Melashenko, Steve, and the entire Germain organization are great. And we're very blessed to have not just the Germain organization, but leaders throughout some of the, like you mentioned, retail. So whether that is Southeast Toyota, whether that's Group 1, whether that's other leading dealer groups in the private cap space like Baxter, Oxmoor, Carter Meyer, et cetera. We've just been very blessed to continue to learn, innovate, and partner with them through this evolution.
So, John, the word that we hear from Germain and from many of the others is that you are helping them get an unfair advantage, in the marketplace with what Outsell is doing. So, our audience is the early adopters, and perhaps it's not quite as early since a lot of folks are already on board. But tell us a little bit more about what Outsell is doing, because I personally want to know a whole lot more about it as well.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ted. And I'll start off by just saying at Outsell, we're a data and technology company. We focus on automotive customer and their engagement, and we help our customers, best listen, predict, and engage with their own customers at scale. And we're doing so in a way that helps them get the deliver value and an ROI that's very measurable and tangible. So that's who we are. If you think about us as a sort of a platform, a software platform that then looks to see how to get our automotive retail partners to best connect with their customer set. If I were to tell a story real quick, it gets to the problem that we're trying to solve. Is that if you think back to some of the best retail experiences, or the experiences that you have yourself as a consumer, those retailers, those services, they know you, Ted, right? So they know if you have a preferred airline, they know your history. They know what seat you like. They might upgrade you. They might give you a preferred seat. For car rentals, the same situation. For hotel chains, it's again the same scenario. They know exactly who you are. If you then think about traditional retailer, whether it's Target or Best Buy or Costco or Walmart and Walgreens, they know, or Kroger, they know your preferences and what you've preferred and when and where you would buy. But importantly, through that, they know what's the right way and the right method and the right medium to communicate with you. So if I had to distill sort of what Outsell is in a story, it's the ability to do what traditional non-automotive retailers have been doing for years to cultivate and improve their relationship, and doing that in bringing that skill set to auto. And so what we do is that we have that platform that then ingests both the CRM data, the DMS data, other third-party data sets, and then has a 360 view of who that customer is, and then allows the retailer, the auto retailer, the platform to then figure out in an automated way what's the right medium, what's the right message, what's the right time to best communicate with that customer. And that's really at the heart of what Outsell does. And then it drives meaningful ROI. And so we know with our nearly 1,800 plus customers that that if you come in using our platform, that we know who your best customers are. We know that we know who your top 20% best customers are, and that those 20% customers generate 65% of your gross profit. And we know when and where and how to best communicate with them. And then importantly, we know that when you do that, that you're going to increase your overall loyalty of your customer by 31%. And that's meaningful. And then importantly, as it relates to even your OEM brand for specific, it allows that similar type of high end of loyalty. And it's interesting, you mentioned John Malashenko, is that we had a great conversation with him as we are working on what our value prop is and the right language. And we've been doing this for, involved in it for years, and we asked John, is it better to have a satisfied customer or a loyal customer? And unequivocally, once again, John was very sage and said, listen, you really want to focus on loyalty. Loyalty is where this game is. And so again, we have a lot of statistics and data that show that dealer groups that use the Outsell platform have a measurable increase in customer loyalty for fixed operations, as well as for overall repeat purchases.
John, exciting. In the last couple of years, those customer expectations have just they're off the charts. And, customers now expect a lot of the things that our industry is starting to deliver. The fact that we know their preferences, we know who they are, we know what they like. I would think that customers would almost expect that rather than randomly have to start over and have to deal with an outdated process. And the fact that you've got this in other industries as well really helps the automotive retail as well.
Ted, you nailed it. And I like to say that the customer experience outside of auto frames their expectations within auto. And oftentimes, it's the benefit of having been in auto for about 25 years, leaving it the last 4 years to get into this space and working with great partners like Walmart and Kroger and Walgreens. And then now eventually coming back to auto is seeing that they've been mastering this customer data engagement platform, which is what Outsell is, in a meaningful way to then improve the customer experience. To your point, Ted, McKinsey came out with some groundbreaking research that said that 76% of customers expect to be engaged in a personalized, customized way. And then importantly, if you send them the wrong message or the wrong medium with the wrong message, then it actually has a fairly deleterious and negative approach on their ability to want to purchase from you. It's actually high. It's like closer to 82%. And then lastly, Salesforce came out with some great studies about customer personalization and engagement and said that 88% of customers say that their experiences and their communications with that customer is as important as the product they're buying. So when you think about it, going back to our space, is that in a world where fixed operations is so important for the overall dealer's success, do we know who our top 20% customers are? Are we offering them a water or however it fits into your process? But importantly, would you treat or create a process that treats your top 20% customers a little bit differently? How would that be? What would that look like? And importantly, the dealers have the data. The challenge in this space is, unlike non-automotive, is that within automotive, those data sets don't either interact or don't compete or don't link up to each other. And that's to the credit of John Malashenko and other leaders like him, how partnered with us over the years to evolve to a place where now we have this consumer data platform where we know who those customers are. We know their history. We know when and how and when they want to be communicated with, whether that's text, whether that's social, whether that's email, whether it's direct mail. And then we allow the AI, the system, to then best communicate and connect with the customer.
We're seeing this across the roundtable the last 6 months to a year, John. The fact that the DMS does not allow for a very seamless process, and a number of things that, might otherwise upset a customer. And now, we're able to be smarter and leaner. And you're doing that across fixed operations as well. I know John has told me that every month it's getting smarter and smarter. And what you're able to do with retail automotive, I used the term earlier, and I meant that, giving them an unfair advantage over the competition who does not deploy a platform like this.
Right. And you think about it, it's going back to the days before most dealerships had CRM. So you go back to pre-2000s. And if you had a CRM, sort of, let's call that sort of version 1.0, you did have an unfair competitive advantage just in terms of tracking and logging and understanding how you're communicating. And the industry has evolved, but it's evolved again, going back to Ted, your point about the customer expectations. What do they experience? And again, just thinking through, the challenges that a lot of dealerships have is that, yes, we've had unprecedented, challenges and success the last 2 or 3 years. And as times begin to now normalize, what I think about is Warren Buffett's phrase that says that when high tide comes, when high tide sort of flows out, you see who's been swimming naked. And that's a fancy way. He's a much smarter man than I'll ever be. I was saying there's a lot of bad habits that are formed with success, but importantly, dealerships are, and the retail industry is moving aggressively towards understanding that how am I going to communicate best on a per person basis. So instead of thinking about communication on this is what I'm going to send out through my service reminder program software, or this is what I'm going to send through my CRM, or this is the direct mail I'm going to send through my DMS. It actually says, what, the best way to do it is figuring out, Ted, who you are, where you are in the process, and then what's the best medium. It may be direct mail, but it may be social, or it may be text and SMS, and making sure that there's a governor, so we're not inundating you with messages. And importantly, we're not necessarily sending you the wrong message, which happens way too much in this space, is that you'll have an equity campaign in a dealership that sends out a message that may even be counter to the message that the fixed operations team is sending. And again, that turns the customers off. Probably one other analogy to think through this is going back to your own experience, is that if you have a Kroger, or if you have a leading grocery store or drugstore, is they don't allow the Cokes and the Pepsis and the Procter & Gamble's products to sort of compete with customer share of mind. What they have is they use the customer data engagement platform to say, okay, we know that Ted likes to buy these types of products. We know that Ted responds best to direct mail or social. And so we're going to then send them these coupons or send them these branding messages and do it in a coordinated and consistent way. And again, the data that when you do that is just stark. I mean, we know from a fixed operation that we can increase your overall gross profit on a per person basis by 65% over a 3-year period. We're actually rolling out an NADA, and hope everyone gets a chance to visit our booth, who your valued customers are. So going back to the earlier conversation, is that we know who your top 20% of your customers are, but we can then render that information and send that information to the dealership so they can best engage or send custom communication to them, and or know when they're coming in for services and thank them. And again, it's those expectations that those same customers experience when they're going out there. And the last part, Ted, getting back to sort of your point about, the system continues to learn, is that we process over 50 million customer experiences on a daily basis. And with that, we learn every day a little bit better on how to best communicate with those customers. And then we're sending out over 1 million messages, again, through direct mail, email, social, SMS text. And all of that is a system that learns and continues to improve that customer experience, so that then drives measurable results.
John, this is what's been missing from retail automotive for a long time. I know every month I hear different retail leaders on the roundtable tell me they're going to Minneapolis. Why? To meet with Outsell, to see a lot of this for themselves. And I've heard a lot of good feedback. John, is it difficult for our dealer audience to get started with you? What are the steps? Are they limited in terms of, what DMS they may use or what they have now? Just walk us through a little bit of that.
Yes. So, right now, we have over 1,800 customers. We have a lot of single point stores, but we also deal with some of the biggest and greatest dealer groups, in the space, whether that's Group 1 or Southeast Toyota, or it's Germain, or the ones that I mentioned earlier. And so what we will do is we will work and partner with the various different DMSs as well as the various different CRMs. And then we'll work in partnership with the retailer on what the rules are and how do we understand who your customer base is. I know in the past, both John Malashenko and Shon Niffen have been on the show, and they've talked about how, when you do that and when you start to understand where those customers are, and then you run it against the disposal data that we actually partner with, you'll find that your database is very efficient. But you also in that process see that about 50% of your database is either inaccurate or not useful or harmful. So then when you think about how you communicate with your database, there's even just value of cleaning it up and understanding sort of who your customers are and who your customers aren't anymore. And that gives you a great baseline. But we have a great team of folks at Outsell that'll partner with you, that'll bring you on board. We'll put that heavy lifting on our shoulders, and we have 17 years of experience of doing that. So there is a process, and then we can get dealerships up and running relatively quickly.
Everybody, if you haven't heard about Outsell, you will. John, if some of our audience will be at NADA in Dallas later on this week. You mentioned you'll be there, and the team will be there as well.
Yeah, we're going to be there. We're excited to be there. We're in booth 5639, so we'd love to visit any and all. We also, for the first 100 customers, we're going to give you that customer value for free. So that's a reporting where we can go in and demonstrate who your top 20% customers are, and then give constant insights and sort of where they are versus their buyer index and how to best communicate with them. And so that's something that's important for this industry, right? Ever since Carl Sewell started talking about lifetime value, everyone understands the importance of it. And what we now have is based on our 17-year track record is that customer value, knowing sort of who your best customers are, the best way to engage with them, and providing a platform to then do that. But then lastly, on this point too, Ted, is that it's not just the ability to connect, because a lot of other players can go in and look at DMS or CRM, but it's that what I call bi-directional data, but it's knowing was that direct mail coupon redeemed? It's knowing, did someone actually open up that email or text? What did they click on? And then having that intelligence know based on what they click on or how long they're in their site, what does that mean? And again, all that technology, retailer outside of auto has been using now for years and years and years. And it's just bringing what is commonplace outside of auto and bringing it into auto. And, I like to use the example of, I'm blessed to have 3, children. One's in early 20s and 2 are teenagers. But, 15 years ago, Target was sending me lots of coupons about diapers. And they now no longer send me any information about diapers. I get a lot of other advertising content from Target. It's just not necessarily around diapers or baby formula anymore, because they've learned about my purchase patterns and who I am. And they understand that I still will redeem that direct mail coupon. So they'll over-index their direct mail to me vis-a-vis someone else that lives down the street from me.
I think we can all relate, and that's a very appropriate analogy. And everybody, if you want to get on board, visit with Outsell, outsell.com. John Clavadetscher is on LinkedIn. He's on social media as well. They'll be at NADA. Visit with them as well. Mention the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and you want to get on board, everybody, and learn about this customer data platform that Outsell has put together. Some of the biggest and most successful dealer groups are using it today now. And John, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, I want to thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Ted. Truly appreciate it. Congratulations on all that you do for the community, and honored to be a part of it.
Everybody, just the beginning. You'll hear a lot more about Outsell in the coming months and years. John Clavadetscher with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Welcome back, partners. We've got Zack Fox here to tell us all about Partners Beyond Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Zack Fox is Major Accounts Manager at BG Products, Partners Beyond Products. Zack, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Yep, always glad to be back. It was a great day yesterday. Plenty of involvement. You guys were really busy. Lots of good feedback that we've seen from that.
And Zack, our audience tunes in to see and hear about the latest and what's happening. And I know you've got a lot to share. Yesterday, you gave us some of the backstory about Partners Beyond Products. We learned a lot about what BG is doing, got that tour as well in Kansas. So I'm excited today because, and I have a couple of questions for you along the way. I want to find out a little bit more what you're doing in terms of software, platforms, and things like that you're going to be bringing to market for our dealer body as well.
Yeah, so for our, all of our dealers that we've been working with so far, some of them have really seen this has been a busy year for our development teams, and that's going to come to just a couple of fixed ops digital programs that we have out there, and we've been helping more and more of our dealer partners through our tried and true Smart VMA menu presentation tool, which a lot of you have seen before, but this year that received a major update to its user interface. And along with that, we have also released our warranty labor rate and parts analysis program, which has been, a great market disruptor in that way that it helps our dealer partners, really maximize their warranty reimbursements, but at a massive cost saving to them, right? So also, right now, we're beginning to emerge from the initial testing and release of our new Hyper BI program, which, we expect to do the same, level of disruption, but more in the reporting side of our industry. Right, all three of these programs, are specifically designed and they're managed in a way that we're able to get maximum benefit to the dealerships themselves. Even in most cases without really a direct benefit to us, as a company.
Zack, BG really is Partners Beyond Products, so it's a whole lot more. I got to ask you about Smart VMA because we've had a lot of chatter here at the roundtable about the success of Smart VMA. First of its kind, only one out there. Talk to us a little bit more about what's happening there.
Yeah, so Smart VMA has kind of reached a new milestone in the number of accounts, number of dealerships that are now using it, and part of that is we noticed because we're spending less time, marketing the program to dealerships. Now that there's so many that are just coming to us, for help because they've maybe encountered the program somewhere else. Maybe they had advisors that used it at a different dealer or service managers that came from, a dealer group that used it there. And so now that they're coming to us, it's great, but we're also getting a ton of feedback and we're able to listen to our dealer partners and adapt the program to fit their needs. Because remember, we aren't really here to sell a program, right? We do Smart VMA because it makes the dealer more profitable and they sell more services. It's not a program that we sell as much as a program that we help them use to, achieve their sales goals. So now with that, Smart VMA still remains, it's the most versatile and customizable menu program that's on the market. And it's just such a considerable cost savings to any of its direct competitors that it's picked up a ton of steam over the past year to 2 years.
So Zack, what kind of updates are in that new user interface that we're talking about?
So probably the most noticeable update is, of course, the look and feel of the program. You can see that on your screen. Those of you who are maybe on the old one or have used the old interface. But beyond the facelift, a ton of new functionality was added. Most of these additions actually came directly from feedback with our dealerships, and the program. For example, it now imports your appointments faster. Previously, it had a kind of a pull limit, but now it's going to pull it drastically faster. It's going to calculate lifetime protection plan coverage. It verifies eligibility. In the past, the way we checked eligibility to see if they had coverage, if they were eligible for coverage, if we could continue coverage, was the advisors went, they looked at history, they pulled it up, they said, well, this service was done at maybe 30,000 miles. So now the next one's going to be due at 60,000 miles. And let me see if they did one before that. And so it was a bit of a process that took a little bit of time, and while lifetime protection plan is extremely important and extremely valuable in selling these services, anything that takes an advisor time, they're just less likely to do. And so what we did is we built this so that it actually does all that for you. You can see on your screen, it makes this extremely easy. You can see it's red, it's green. Do we have coverage? Don't we have coverage? When's the service due? How much coverage do they have? All those pieces are just put together. They can present this to the customer and say, hey, you currently have, $12,000 worth of your driveline service. And as long as we get that next service done by 76,000 miles, you're in great shape. We're going to keep that coverage going on your vehicle. And they can confidently talk about it. They'll use it as a sales tool.
Wow. Zack, are you seeing an impact with dealerships that are using the new interface?
So absolutely. And we've got about, a third to a half of our dealers transitioned over. And it takes a little bit of time because when we launch them, it's not a matter of flipping a switch to put them on the new interface. When we do that, the big piece of that is that we go in, we retrain. It's a great time to tune up the dealership, get them all set so that, they know all the new products, all the new pieces, their equipment's good. So it becomes a bit of a relaunch. But, the biggest piece that has been increasing sales for our customers is just that confidence in explaining when they have coverage, when they have it, in order to keep that coverage. And it only takes a few seconds now instead of digging through that history. So our dealers wanted to simplify the process, and that's really what we did in our new user interface.
Zack, here we are at the end of January. There's been a lot of inflationary pressures throughout, the entire economy, and dealers have been faced with, labor rates and, looking at that early in the year. Tell me more about that warranted labor rate program.
Right. So this is probably one of our really excellent examples of how we're partners beyond products, right? We developed the software and process to complete warranty labor rate increases, after we were asked for assistance by one of our dealer partners and in completing the process for them. So since then, we've been able to provide this, for many of our Smart VMA customers, and we've successfully submitted, returns to 18 different OEMs. So this has really been taking off. And actually at one point we had to pull back on the number we were doing just to make sure that we were providing that level of quality,
Wow.
that we always want to provide to our customers. And so, that took a little bit of the process, and now we've got it. We've been adding people at a rapid rate so that we can make sure we keep process these and get them out there for everybody.
What makes this different than some of the competitors that are out there in the field?
All right, so we have kind of a completely different motivation when we do this service, right? We submit and receive the same, if not better, increase than our warranty labor rate competitors, but we can charge rates that are a fraction, a fraction of what they're charging, at these other companies, because we don't use this as a profit center. It's not something that we do so that we can, fund our business or have large returns on. This is purely a service that we provide for our dealer partners, at an extremely low rate, so that they can be more profitable and more successful. And as you know, when dealers are successful, everyone around them is more successful, right? We want as much of the gained profit from their labor and parts rate increase to stay in their hands.
That makes sense. What about the new tool you have coming out soon? Is that the same for that as well?
So that's probably the tool I'm most excited about on this
Okay.
piece. And it's really the same situation of what we're doing with the new Hyper BI tool that's coming out of its testing phase. And by testing phase, what I mean is, we've got this in a handful of dealers, and once it comes out, it will wide release it to everybody. But the new tool is going to allow for really an enterprise level or a store level KPI tracking ability. I know we can build custom reporting that's going to allow dealers and dealer groups that are maybe not even on the same DMS to have really comparable report tracking abilities. You're going to be able to set your own filters, schedule reports to be automatically sent to team members. And that's probably one of my big pieces that I like the most is if we're going to grade advisors on their performance in maybe a certain area, whether it be their CSI scores or their ELR, their hours per hour, all these different things. And we need to make it so that, if we're going to grade them daily, then they need to report daily. They need to see where they're at. And we can automate that. So this isn't taking extra time for the managers to provide those reports and get those to them. And right now we're just finishing up a few components that are going to bring our smart VMA data, our menu presentations, the striking reports, all these different pieces within that, and merge the two so that we can get all this data that has really insight that hasn't been available to access in this way before.
Zack, how do you see this impacting the dealer body?
So we recognized that, fixed ops reporting is it's a critical tool for dealers to use in order to not only sell our products and services, but also, the OEM services and manage repairs and just see performance across the board. And so our plan is we're gonna include this, our new game-changing software as a standard part of our basic Smart VMA menu tool. And this is going to be a considerable cost savings, and fractions of what dealers are spending on other reporting platforms. Along with the improved functionality, we're able to merge all these pieces together, and we do this because, as we said, we want to help our dealer partners beyond simply selling our products. And this is an excellent way we can do that. Save them some money, give them a better product. Anything we can do to make them more successful comes back to us in the end.
Zack, you just showed us so much that's new at BG, and this is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a great time building these out, and it's all the feedback that we get from our dealers that helps us build these programs. When somebody walks up and say, "Hey, it'd be great if you could do this," and we're always open ears. And sometimes I got to go, "Yeah, let me talk to somebody. Let me find out what we can do with this." And other times you go, "You know what? I can't believe we haven't done this years ago."
Right.
And so then we build it out. If we can build it, we will build it, and we help our dealers in any way we can.
This reporting piece is really strong. So, Zack, very impressive. Congratulations. You've kind of taken us on warp speed through Partners Beyond Products, and you've shown us a lot of the things that team at BG that you're working with. Wow, amazing what you have out now and what's coming. And I can't wait to see what the next 50 years are going to be. Zack, if our audience wants to get involved with BG products, if they're not already, what's the best way for them to do that?
Right. Just like we said yesterday, the best way is just to go to that bgprod.com. That's bgprod.com. And that's running across that ticker at the bottom of your screen. But if you go right to that, you'll be able to access, you can see all of our different programs. They're listed right there. It's kind of your one-stop shop in that side, but it's also going to let you contact, maybe the distributor in your area if you want to, have a rep come in and show you these tools, show you these different features and products and all the different, items we provide. It's really easy to get connected, but that's kind of your gateway portal there. If you go to bgprod.com, that's going to lead you to right what you need. And then of course, you can reach out right through there. You can get to any of us, on my team or on any of the other teams we have within BG.
Zack, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for taking us in depth, both yesterday and day one and today, through Partners Beyond Products and your partner Beyond Products, BG Products. And thank you, Zack, for all you do for the industry as well.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Everybody, if you want to reach out and learn more about BG, if you're not already with the leader, bgprod.com. Zack Fox is Major Accounts Manager at BG Products, and we're very grateful to all that you and BG Products does. Zack Fox, everybody, from BG Products, here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's a fact. Service advisors sell more when they're confident about what it is they're talking about. That's why the award-winning BG Service Advisor app is the most important sales tool for service advisors. The BG Service Advisor app is extremely user-friendly. All you gotta do, click on the icon. Once it loads up, you'll have to put in your login and password. Now, there are just 4 sections to this. You have your news, you have your presenter, your training, and then assets. And I'll go through each one. Well, the news app, quite frankly, is exactly what it says. It's all about what's happening in the BG world today. But when you click on the presenter app, as you can see, you have all the icons for all the services, from engine service all the way to climate control. Let's click on one and see what it looks like. We'll click on the brake, and as you can see, it gives you a PowerPoint presentation. Very simple, very easy. Tells you what the service is. As you can see here, now we're looking at old brake fluid compared to what the brake fluid should look like. It also gives you full features and benefits. But the part that I love on each one of these is the lifetime protection plan, which gives you both plans, Plan 1 and Plan 2, and the amount of coverage. Go up to the top, we close it. Let's go on to the training section. Here, you have the BG experience. I love this part. I love the fact that I have an engine floating in midair, or a brake system floating in midair, or a cooling system, because of the fact that I'm very visual. I'm not a technician, so the visual really helps me. But it really helps the customer see what we're going to be doing to their car. And of course, you have BG Certified. This is where you're going to find all your individual service modules for you to take so you can understand and have confidence in selling. Then you have sales coaching. Well, you got Mikey B in the palm of your hand. Now, this is all about what the service advisor does. Your customer reception to selling, handling objections, and setting the next appointment on the active delivery. At the very bottom, you will see that we have BG product knowledge and another portion for lifetime protection plan. At the very end, we have these three areas, which are links that will send you to dashboard and BG assets. The very last one will be your BG rep and of course their phone number. So if you ever need your BG rep, it's right there. So have fun. I think you'll find it to be extremely beneficial for you and help you really sell with confidence. Every advisor should have this app on their phone or tablet. It's now available in the Google Play and Apple App Stores.
Howdy, partners. Please welcome Ashleigh from Brooke.ai and Shannon from Dan Wolf Automotive Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The number one topic over the last several months in the Fixed Ops community has been the phones. And we are very honored today to have with us Shannon Garofalo from the Dan Wolf Automotive Group and Ashleigh Ellis from Brooke.ai. Ladies, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me.
Shannon, great honor to have you. First time at the Roundtable.
Yeah.
You're leading a dealer group. First, give us a little of the lay of the land there at Dan Wolf. What franchises? Where are you located? Give us a little bit of the story there.
Yeah, so we are a 3-store dealer group. We have Toyota, Chevrolet, and Lexus stores. We're in a suburb that's about 45 minutes outside southwest of Chicago, so a pretty large suburb, actually. Again, 3 stores. Pretty busy. Our Toyota store is one of the largest in our region, so it's a very high volume store.
Okay, and then you've also got the luxury side there with Lexus as well. So you got a great cross section. So Shannon, give us a little of the history. You've been working with Proactive for a while now, and what led you to Brooke, and how did we get where we are today?
So I've worked for the organization for 11 years, starting off in the BDC, worked my way up pretty quickly into our finance department. And then there happened to be an opening for the BDC manager position. And I was a previous teacher, so it was a good fit for me. So transitioned into the BDC manager and then into the internet director. And in 2016, Chevrolet started an initiative where you had to choose a consulting company to work with to, better help everybody's BDCs. And at the time we had, a pretty good established BDC. We could always do better. And so we chose Proactive and have not looked back, obviously. We continue to have our consultant, his name is Trevor, come out for a whole entire week every single month. And it's not that we're always learning something. So as everybody knows, staffing is always an issue in a BDC. So that kind of led us to our path with Brooke. We've had such great success with Proactive and everything that they've done for us up to this point that when Brooke was introduced, it just seemed like a natural fit for us in the sense that we needed help. And this was she just fit naturally in with us.
And if you don't mind, Shannon, your BDC, does it handle both sales and service?
Yes, it is sales and service. They are separate, meaning if you're answering for sales, you're answering for sales. If you answer for service, you answer for service. But we answer for all 3 stores. So it's never a dull moment. The phone is constantly ringing.
It doesn't slow down. And I don't know if you know, but about how many service advisors or people in that capacity at the 3 stores does Dan Wolf have approximately?
5, 10, call it around 30 total at all 3 stores.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you got a busy moving operation, a lot of
Yes.
things happening, and you got, of course, the inbound and the outbound opportunities.
Yes.
So that brings us to sometime maybe last year, and you decided to take the next step and bring Brooke.ai in. And
Yes.
Ashleigh, I guess that's where you come in as well. Shannon, tell us, what led you to that, and why you decided to do that.
So I would say the constant staffing constraints, to me, it was just always an excuse. Like, we weren't able to get to our outbound calls. We weren't able to generate enough business. We weren't able to make enough appointments because of the staffing. So I was sick of using that as an excuse. So when Brooke came about, it was like, great, now I don't have an excuse. Now my staff can actually generate the business that our department is here for. So having the ability to not feel so angst and stressed and being this reactionary department, because the only thing we were able to do was answer these inbound phone calls. Brooke obviously alleviated that for us and has been able to show a significant increase in what the department now generates.
And your BDC, from what I understand, is now part of the dealership's culture. Okay.
Yes.
Was this, did this feel right, in bringing, Brooke.ai in? Any hesitation on your part at all?
Of course, there's always going to be some, people who are skeptical, and that's okay. But I've worked closely with Proactive in piloting some things with them, so I knew that I knew that Proactive would not come to me with a product unless they thought it was up to the caliber of our BDC. They more or less knew better, because we're a well-oiled machine. I can poke a hole in something, not because I'm looking for errors or, but we're so high functioning. So we were confident in it. And I think that the longevity of the relationship we have with Proactive really helped maybe anybody else that might have had some concerns with the product at first.
Ashleigh, Proactive works with so many dealers around the country. Tell us from your perspective, Dan Wolf, and why you thought this might be a good fit as well, for their group.
I actually was one of the account managers for Dan Wolf back in 2016 for a period of time. And I remember then Brittany had just started. We had 2 service agents, and we would watch the numbers for outbound, and we could never get there. We could just never get the outbound campaigns. So I was excited to watch as they brought Brooke on, and I probably harassed their account manager now a little bit, like, what are their numbers? How are they doing? Do they love it? How's it going? So it's great just to see that it's working, and to see the numbers, to see the increase in outbound campaigns, especially for the Toyota store, which has so much opportunity with that. So yeah, we love Dan Wolf. We love Shannon. It's been such a great partnership it feels like 10 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're one of our most loved, I would say.
So Shannon, talk to us. You made the move. You brought Brooke.ai in. How long has it been now? And talk to us about some of the results. Maybe some of the things that Ashleigh's mentioning about the ability to do those outbound calls and so on.
So it was end of last year when we implemented her, and we started actually using Brooke at our Toyota store, and made the decision that if Brooke can cut it at our Toyota store with such a high volume, then there should be no reason why we shouldn't implement that at our other store. And we were like, we'll know rather quickly if Brooke is going to succeed or not, just because of the sheer volume. So thankfully, she obviously succeeded, signed up at our other 2 stores. But like I said before, there was this constant excuse of not having enough staff to get to our outbound phone calls. So now actually being able to go in and look at the campaigns that we're running, looking at the lists, seeing how successful we are in getting these customers in, because really the list that we're calling off of are customers who have free services. We're not cold calling people. So these were easy calls to make to get, customers back in the door or get things that they were already owed to them. That we just were never able to do. So again, Brooke has really just opened up that door so we're able to really hone in. We originally started, every rep would have, we called them power hours, but we couldn't get, an hour was impossible. So we broke it down even smaller. Each rep would do 15 minutes per hour. We've been able to increase that to a half an hour now. Every rep is able to now do solid half hours where they're able to just pound the phones, which is something we haven't done in years in this department.
And how was it received by, I have to ask you, by your customers? How do they feel now? And did they even know that it's I hear you refer to Brooke as she, that it's not a real person?
I mean, it's been mixed. To be honest with you, I fielded a phone call yesterday that was a customer who said, "Just get me to service. Don't send me to that robot. Whoever implemented her should be fired. This is ridiculous." And I said, "Well, actually, sir, it was my decision. I appreciate your feedback. I am really sorry that you are frustrated, but I can get somebody who can help you." So, even though to this day, it's not for everybody, I understand that. Our guests don't know when they call in, the phone tree doesn't say, "Joe, do you want to speak to our robot?" But we've had a lot of guests who are like, "Thank you. This has been so convenient for me. I'm actually glad that I could just schedule this and not wait on hold."
Right.
So it's most of our guests have received it really, really well.
For what I have heard from other stores that Ashleigh and Brooke is working with is that in the time that typically those customers would still be on hold, Brooke has made and booked the appointment and set everything up in about that same amount of time before you even got to the call. Did you experience anything like that?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, we have a queue system in our phone. So I sit and monitor that all the time and I watch how long these calls are in these queues. And I just know that these, 4-minute hold times that, Brooke has already scheduled several appointments while, these people were waiting. So.
Wow. That is, and Ashleigh, hats off to you. Cowboy hats off to you. A great job with that. What did you notice, Ashleigh, on your side, in interacting with Shannon and the dealer group?
Well, really, it's been, Shannon has a solid, I would say, partnership. Like she works as a partner with the performance coach that comes in, the account manager that works here out of the office. So, I would say in the setup of everything, being able to work one-on-one and not be kind of left to yourself to figure out the phone tree and figure out how everything's gonna fit in and work together, and how is the scheduling tool gonna work with how Brooke's gonna schedule. It's really not even hats off to me. I've been in the background watching. It's hats off to Shannon and her team, and then the
team there is super helpful.
Trevor, yeah.
So Shannon, I got to ask you then, two parts. Is that support that you're and Ashleigh are referring to now, is that enough support to make this work at the dealership? And is the fact that Brooke.ai already has that foundation in BDC through Proactive, is that an added resource and an added bonus as well in making sure this works?
Oh, for sure. Again, we're such a high functioning BDC. The amount of phone calls that we receive, just the volume itself, we encounter issues rather quickly because they happen to us more frequently. So the team at Proactive has been phenomenal in that aspect, tweaking things, constantly getting on the phone with us when we were setting it up. Does this make sense? Does this not make sense? We had a lot of intricacies at our Toyota store that I think that they even, I'm sure, learned from us when we were doing it and setting it up, which hopefully helped many other people. But yeah, the foundation that Proactive already had definitely helped not ease my mind, because I didn't need to be eased, but I knew that they knew what I was talking about. They were going to know my frustrations. They were going to know how to fix it and really be a true partner in doing this endeavor with them.
And how long to get it set up for your initial store did this take in terms of time?
I probably a week.
Okay.
I don't even think it might have been that long.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, super easy, super fast. And like I said, when we noticed something was wrong, it was like, okay, how do we fix this? What do we do? Let's get this right.
Shannon, would you ever go back to the old way of having
No,
just
no,
people, human beings? No, really?
no,
Okay. Wow.
no.
Wow. And is that sentiment shared by your staff and your BDC agents as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. So Ashleigh, I would imagine that knockwood, this is a success story for Brooke.ai. Ashleigh, what are the next steps to get others enrolled, and how do they do that, and how do we replicate that for dealers like Shannon?
I mean, of course, we would love to have every single one of our partners on the platform. We're quickly trying to get every integration available that we possibly can. We had such good success with Xtime and Reynolds and CDK, but we're ready to take on the rest of the world.
Yeah, I hear there are some new integrations coming, and that reminds me, Shannon, do you use any of those platforms that Ashleigh mentioned, like Xtime or something similar to that?
Yes. Yeah. We use Xtime in our DMS as Reynolds. Yes.
Okay. Wow. All right. And you're doing this to handle all of the incoming calls, not just some of the calls or just overflow or?
Correct. Yeah. The phone tree, everybody has the option to go and speak to Brooke. It is, yes, everybody can experience her.
All right. Last question for today, and it's for Shannon, and then Ashleigh, I'll come to you. Shannon, looking out, here we are at the end of January, almost in February, looking out over the rest of 2023. You have a lot of peers watching you who are leading the same type of effort at retail. You've got also general managers, dealers, and you got service advisors and service managers watching as well. What advice would you give them if they're thinking about doing something like this? If they're, saying to themselves, we got to answer the phones, but not quite sure whether we want to take that next step and do AI. What advice would you have for them looking out over the horizon?
Take the chance. It's worth it. Take the chance. The amount of stress that it has alleviated for just myself and even the rest of the staff, they probably don't even realize what an impact she has, but take a chance.
Okay. And Ashleigh?
I concur. Take a chance. Give Brooke a shot.
All right. Shannon, thank you so much. Ashleigh, if
me.
our audience would like to learn more about Brooke.ai, you can visit them online at Brooke.ai. And Ashleigh, I don't suppose that Brooke and Proactive are going to be at NADA later this week, are they?
We 100% will be there.
Okay. All right. So you can look for Proactive.
Pink and purple everywhere.
Okay. We know the colors, right? Yeah. Very distinctive. And if you're not going to NADA, reach out right here, Brooke.ai, and of course, Ashleigh Ellis. You can find her all over social media now as the face of Brooke. And, we're so honored for our association with Brooke.ai and Proactive. Shannon, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, thank you for sharing your story today.
Thank you, Shannon.
Happy to. Thanks for having me.
All right. A success story, everybody. Dan Wolf, Automotive Group, Shannon Garofalo, here today with Ashleigh Ellis from Brooke.ai at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
True Warranty's claims department is best in class with all techs ASE certified. Claims are handled according to the policies that you define. Prompt response times and direct communication with our techs ensure that your service departments are always happy.
Get ready to giddy up with the GoMoto panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have assembled a panel of experts with our topic today about streamlining communication and how it can impact service reach. I want to introduce our distinguished panel who is here with us today. Many of you will recognize Shon Kingrey, the Vice President of Fixed Operations at Kaiser Automotive Group, Stephen Hill, the Service Director at I-10 Toyota, Ken Mauldin, the Corporate Fixed Ops Director at Purdy Group USA. Welcome, Ken. First time here at the Roundtable. Chris Martinez, the Platform Director at Jackie Cooper Imports in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Christian Ugarte is back, the Service and Parts Director at Group 1 BMW of El Paso. And Jeff Daniel, the Service Director at the Maple Hill Automotive Group. Jeff and everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I am excited about this topic today and what we're going to uncover. And I guess I'll start with a question for the entire group. I know many of you agree that service lane capacity and efficiency are two of the biggest areas that dealerships need to focus on right now. Here we are early in 2023. And Shon, let me come to you first. Why do you think those are near the top of the list, if not the very top?
You know, I think if there's one thing we learned, Ted, from 2022 is that you have to maximize every opportunity. You have to remove the roadblocks. And I think that's part of what this panel gets to, is removing the roadblocks as we move forward through the panel. But again, as we've all learned and we all preach, you know, we are in the repeat and referral business. Token to Tully, by the way. And we have to maximize that. We have to figure that out. We have to remember that we're here for the client. The client's not here for us. And you have to maximize every bay, and every bay has a value. Every service writer's desk has a value, and they have to earn that right. I hate to say it, to have that real estate. And I think that's where we're at. And as the sales market is shifting and as the market's correcting itself, and we all know that it is, I think fixed operations and the focus that we put on it is more prevalent than ever. And I think as we're learning, as the 20 groups come up and as NCM and NADA grow, you're starting to see a lot more of that. I mean, Ted, look where you're at. This is now a 4-day panel that started at 1 day, 2 days, and you're live 2 nights a week, and you've got podcasts, and you're on TikTok and every other web. You know, look where we're at compared to where we were 2 or 3 years ago, and that's because of maximizing every opportunity.
Yeah, I love it. Steve Hill, from your perspective, here we are, almost done with the first month of the year. What are your thoughts?
Well, hopefully we're growing off of 2022, and how easy are we making it for them to do business with us? You could throw a stone. There's 20 other places that they could go to on their way in. What is making us special? How convenient are we making it? Are we streamlining them in? How knowledgeable are our people? Like Shon said, we've got real estate. We're not going to get that time back. If that bay is empty, we're not getting that back, no matter how much we try. So what are we doing to be proactive? And how are we building off of everything that we learned from last year?
Yeah, I love it. Chris, what are you seeing there at Jackie Cooper Imports here early in the year?
It's just what these guys just said, you know, making sure that we're streamlining everything, learning from what we did last year and how we can grow, and ensuring that everybody is maximizing those bays, and there's a constant flow of people. We're doing more in the BDC. We're doing more to educate our staff to make sure that there's proper follow-up. I mean, just trying to build on last year. And so far, we're off to a good start.
Yep, I think so. Jeff, I know that how well we communicate with customers is a key factor in that efficiency and capacity in the service lane. Jeff, let me come to you first. What are you doing right now to help improve communication and service? Anything new, anything different for this year?
Well, absolutely. I mean, last year and the past couple of years have been struggles in their own rights with staffing turnover. We've been blessed. We haven't had a lot of that, but with that comes a staff that is in my dealership predominantly female. So what tools are we giving them to facilitate communication? They're not diagnosing a vehicle anymore. The old advisors used to open the hood and tell the customer what was wrong on the drive, and and they'd write it up and away they went, and everybody was happy. And now you're meeting and greeting and engaging and trying to facilitate as best as possible. And when you get overwhelmed, you do things like you start looking at new ways to check people in. You've got to expand your base. We're still losing customers to the aftermarket. How come? Well, we're not convenient. We're booked out 2 weeks. We're booked out 3 weeks. We only have X amount of real estate to utilize day in and day out. So you have to find a way to keep the base full, and B, keep your technicians and advisors engaged and happy. And every little tool and device you can use, especially check-in write-up process, something that's going to facilitate getting that customer handled and making it easy on the customer, is critical to success.
And Jeff, if I may, recently, I know you just added a new dimension to that write-up, having the kiosks available. What brought that thought process on, and how did that come about, if I can?
Well, and again, you've got X amount of real estate, X amount of advisors. If a customer is waiting in line and they're in a hurry, they're already 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes late for their appointment, kid issues, dropping them off at school, and your advisor's tied up with somebody that you thought had a 2-minute conversation turns into 15, that customer is now starting to get a little overwhelmed. They're late for their next appointment. They're late to drop the kid off. Oh, wait, I can go check my vehicle in over there. My appointment's there. So we put a kiosk in for 2 reasons. One, I don't want to add staff. I don't want to inconvenience the people I have working there just to have another person to take keys from a customer if there's a better way to do it. And the way that we researched a lot was adding a dimension that a customer can walk up and punch a button. Average time it's been installed a week. Average time was 1 minute and 31 seconds. The average upsell was 22% so far. That's very, very, very strong, where they've added on top of their appointment just because we made it easy. The other facet of that is when they drop their car off or pick it up at night, you've got that mad rush at 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, whatever time it is. And all of a sudden you've got 10 people to pick their cars up, 5 people to check them out. Somebody's going to wait. Unless you're smart and lock the keys in the kiosk, the customer gets a barcode, they walk up, they scan it, they pick their keys and their paperwork up. They can text you back if there's questions. Their car's 15 feet away. They don't have to deal with anybody. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, absolutely not. Wouldn't have been, kiosk was way down on the pecking order of things that we wanted to install. Seeing the convenience after just a week, I see this as a win-win for everybody.
Steve, I'm hearing a common theme at this Fixed Ops Roundtable in a number of panels we've had so far, and that's convenience for the customer, Steve, and how that has come now very much to the top of the list, Steve Hill.
We've had to make ourselves convenient. Well, whether we've learned from past mistakes, we're building off of previous good fortunes. We're evolving and we're learning how it is that our guests are thinking. And if we're not making it convenient, it's not always about money. We've talked about that before. It's all those little things that we offer that they can't get at the other spots. But are we making it convenient for them to come in? And that's going to be the constant theme, I think, throughout this year.
Christian, your BMW in El Paso, single point dealership, Group 1, large dealership. How important is that communication with the BMW customer in your market? What are you seeing there?
Well, it's, like everybody says, it's very important to communicate with customers regardless, we don't want to lose the real estate or have a bay empty. We always want to communicate. For us, customers are getting used to the video. We introduced the video, another way to sell and show the technician working on their car, showing them all the inspection on the tires, the air filters, and etc. So customers are very receptive to the video. They like it. Now they expect the video. And that's how we started the communication with them. My advisors check them in on the drive with the tablet. And then we have the text messaging and the video. So the first thing is just the text messaging, welcome the customers, and the video from the technician. So they get to see their car under, open the hood and everything on an inspection. So they like it. So
yeah,
it's working out.
You know what? And I think that's now becoming expected on the part of the customer. They expect the technology. They trust the technology. It's not new anymore. In fact, if you don't have the technology, I think you're at a disadvantage. Many of you at your various locations all around the country have large Hispanic communities, and you provide service for those customers. And what are you doing right now to help that communication and service to those customers? Ken, let me come over to you.
Well, we actually have the kiosk on our service drive now too. We're running close to 2 years with them. And we piloted the program for the Spanish portion of the kiosk. It has made a huge difference, especially in our store here in Dallas. We have a significant amount of Hispanic culture that comes through there. And we can see an uptick in the utilization of the kiosk and the upsells from the Spanish side of the business now that they can actually hit the button and see it in Spanish and understand exactly what they're asking and what's going on.
And Ken, for those of us who don't know, give us the lay of the land. I believe it's 3 Toyota dealerships there in the Dallas area.
In Texas, actually, we have 3 stores: one in Dallas, one in Huntsville, one in Bryan College Station. I have made it a point. We have set them all up the same. They all have kiosks, anywhere from 2 to 3 kiosks per store. We are actually working on a process where we have our own Fixed Ops Roundtable amongst our group, and we're having conversations now about actually doing away with their computers and utilizing the kiosk as their computer on the service drive, because you can print from the kiosk and that type of thing. So there's a lot of things that the kiosk I think is going to do in the future for the business and for the customer, because at the end of the day, like you said, we have to value their time. You know, he said a while ago his average check-in at him is about 1 minute and 30 seconds. We're running about 1 minute and 60 seconds, or about 2 minutes on ours right now too, and it's a big value for the customer.
And Ken, those kiosks, GoMoto kiosks,
yes.
You have them on all the service drives?
Yes.
Wow. You know, I've been to Huntsville. Okay, by the way, and I know the area.
Yes.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. Let me dig into that kiosk just a little bit more. You recently, Jeff, you had them installed. Tell us a little bit more about, what you're hoping to get out of them. You mentioned some of the benefits you're seeing already, and it's fairly new, but, what are your thoughts there, Jeff Daniel?
Well, we're going to actually next week, I believe we're going to get through the holidays, but we're going to put videos on our website with the how-tos. So when somebody is running late, or our BDC, when they make an appointment, we're going to point out, by the way, you can do this instead. And we're going to track a date and find out how many people are actually taking that advice from our BDC or from our website click, and also have a click with, we'll have a Spanish version. We've got Spanish technicians. We've got Spanish speaking salespeople. So we want to give the option, somebody goes on the website, to make it as convenient as possible. Southwest Michigan, we've got a high population. They're transient. We get a lot of kids that are doing the translations for mom and dad. Mom and dad don't understand, they're nodding their head, but the 10-year-old is doing the communication. We've got the technology. Why aren't we utilizing it? So to market a little bit different, we'll put it on our website. We'll put on that, and the entire video will be shot in Spanish so that people can understand what's going on. We just literally, when you and I talked back in December, we talked about doing it then. We're going to get through the New Year's Eve holiday and continue on. Now we're ready. We're ready to go to the next level with it. So it's just to make it convenient, streamline it, get people. I don't care if they spend 5 minutes at the kiosk. It really doesn't make a difference if we've made it easier for our customers to get in and out.
Shon Kingrey, you're in Wisconsin, leading a group of 7 dealerships. When you and I originally met some time back, you were in Florida running a very big dealer group there as well.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us a little bit about your population there in Madison and some of the benefits that you're seeing as well.
So for us, it's kind of different because as you go north, if you go up north of Green Bay, where I happen to be sitting right now, it's not very Hispanic. But then you go to the city of Madison, where you have the University of Wisconsin there, and it's very diverse. It's shockingly diverse, by the way. And you go there, and again, I'll go off on the tangent. We talk about service contracts and giving the tools to your service advisors that they need to succeed. You don't have your service advisor running all around the showroom looking for the one guy who happens to speak Spanish, who's not even there that day, or he's off that day, or he's at lunch that day, or whatever the case is. And then you also eliminate that communication issue, as they were just saying, where you have the 10-year-old doing the translation, and you're hoping he's doing it right because you're talking at a mile a minute, like, because it's your lingo, it's what you know, but you're hoping that he's translating in the correct language. And again, it eliminates that roadblock. And again, to answer your question, Ted, you talk about diversity. It's shocking how diverse it is here, where you would have thought Florida was that way. It's more diverse here than it was in the Panhandle of Florida.
That's amazing. Chris Martinez, what are you seeing there? Obviously, customers are comfortable with the technology, and the technology is here, and and as I mentioned, I think it's expected. What are you seeing, Chris, from your perspective?
I've got a couple of questions actually. So, like for Ken, what was your turnaround time when you were doing it? Clearly Jeff, there's gonna be some time that that there's an adoption period, right? So what time frame was that for you?
To be honest with you, it's still evolving. We've been doing this now, like I said, almost 2 years, but probably the first 90 days was really what it took us to get our process system flow going, introducing our customers to it. And even today, we're still introducing some of our customers to it, but I do have a lot of customers now that have been through the process, 3 or 4 times now over the last couple of years. And now they're coming in, they're checking themselves in, they're doing the process, they understand how it works, and they actually like it. Our upsells in Dallas are running in the 50 to 55%. Wow. So, it's working very well.
I was thinking through that, I imagine it a lot like Southwest Airlines, right? Like if you've ever flown through them, you got 3 people kind of monitoring everything, kind of going through it. So I imagine it's a lot like that. We haven't quite gotten there yet. I'm still like the guy they call when the only other Hispanic at my Nissan store is out. So they'll be like, hey, does Chris speaks Spanish? Let me call him up, and I might be at one of our other stores. And I think it's not funny, but I kind of laugh a little bit. But we're actively trying to hire people to fill that void. But that it makes a lot more sense when you can have some type of kiosk there to help manage the flow and have the customer not have to rely on hoping someone speaks Spanish, where someone could just kind of walk them to that kiosk and kind of just let them kind of go through it there. So I think we're not there yet. I think we're growing, getting closer to that. I know we did try that in the past, but couldn't get it dialed in. So that's why I'm curious on your process, Ken. And it sounds like you guys just got to stick through it for about 90 days.
Ken, I'm thinking, I can't remember the last time that I checked in for an airline where I didn't check in on the kiosk, maybe some years back, right? Chris, remember when it was new and so on? And Ken, I think you used the term when we were in the green room before we started today about you had some concierges who help get the customer acclimated with the kiosk. And now you said customers are doing it on their own. Take us through that. Walk us through that a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, when we first put these things on the drive, obviously for the first couple of days, we stick them out there. You assume everybody's just going to migrate to them. Well, you're changing the culture. You're changing how you do business when you do this. So we talked about it. We looked at it, and we hired what we called kiosk concierge, meaning that was their only job. And our goal was to check in 80% of our customers through the kiosk. So we ultimately
go back. What was the goal?
80%. And we have achieved that. We're running about 85% of our customers through the kiosk now. And we've been doing that for probably about a year now. Wow. So, and how we do that is basically the kiosk concierge is the one that greets the customer when they come in. They tag the car and they tell the customer, come with me, let's get you started with our check-in process. And they take them straight to the kiosk. They don't even give them an option. So, and a lot of customers have been wowed by it. A lot of customers have questioned it. But at the end of the day, again, like I said, we've got over 80% of them that go through the kiosk. And now I've got customers, return customers, that are starting to do it on their own without even having the help of the concierge.
I want to talk to you for a moment about what Chris brought up, because I thought of the word consistency, Chris, in making sure that, and you and I can relate to that, right? In our automotive background of offering the products or series of products or on a menu every time to every guest. Ken, I would imagine that with the kiosk, that consistency is off the charts in offering it to, whether I have a bad day or not.
Yes. It's non-negotiable, so to speak. We meet with our staff every week, and we have roundtable discussions. We talk about things, and we get their input. Both of my kiosk concierges in the Dallas store are both bilingual, so that made a huge difference when it came to the whole Spanish deal. But we listen to what they tell us, because they will tell us things all the time that we don't realize that are going on. I mean, at the end of the day, we're looking at our business from a 10,000-foot view, however you want to refer to it. But they're in the trenches every day, so they know what these customers are asking and what they're not asking. So that's a lot of the things that we have built our process around, is how they tell us that it should be done, and it's working. At the end of the day, we think sometimes we have the answers, but we really don't. It's our staff that's got the answers.
I think all of us on the panel are interested in ROI. I'll come to that in a moment. Christian, you've got a very large Hispanic population. Your dealership, El Paso, Texas. I know you looked at an option like the kiosk a couple of years ago. Okay, you were thinking ahead. Okay, where many retailers hadn't gone there quite yet. What are your thoughts? Hispanic population, BMW there in El Paso.
Oh, we have a big majority. We're a border city right next to Mexico, Juarez. So we have a lot of clients that come across the border in their BMWs to service them here. It's pretty big. I can tell you probably with an 80-20 Hispanic. It's big population. And I did look at the kiosk, but I have to look into it again, because for what I'm hearing, it works very well. And I'm gonna look into it and try to introduce it here at BMW. Customers, BMW owners are a little bit more of a one-on-one basis, and they want to talk to somebody, and they want to sit down and have a conversation with the advisor. But for a fast check-in, oil change, quick express, something like that might work. So I'll definitely look into it.
Ken, let's talk a little bit about how those kiosks have helped you boost revenue. You've seen a lot of success in that regard, and you've got quite a bit of experience now as well. Tell us about that.
Yes. The kiosk, when we first put the kiosk in, just using my store in Dallas, for an example, the store's always had a little bit of struggle with dollars per RO. But since the kiosk have come in, we've increased dollars per RO 25-30% over what we were. And I can probably attribute 75% of that number to the kiosk. It's at the end of the day, believe it or not, whether we want to admit it or not, customers would rather listen to a computer than listen to a person. And when the computer is suggesting something to a customer, and we have, like I said, I have built many menus for this. We've tried some, we've taken some down. We have figured out that we have to keep it simple. If you put too much on these kiosks, it still overloads the customer, so to speak. So we keep it simple. We have good, better, best. And believe it or not, they tend to pick the middle one just about every single time. But if you do the math or do the test, so to speak, we've done this with a couple of advisors and the kiosk. We've run tests on a daily basis. Okay. An advisor can go to a customer to go sell something. The customer is going to take whatever the cheapest option is. If the customer goes to the kiosk, 99% of the time they are picking that middle option, and that's where your upsell percentage will come from.
Wow, that is fascinating. Mm-hmm. Steve Hill, I would not even have thought about that, but Steve, it speaks to the fact of the consumer trusting that technology.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like it's an all-in-one setup. Not only are you able to sit there and have it speak the language, but you're seeing the ROI, you're seeing the customer preference time over as they've done it once or twice, and they're building that efficiency of getting in and getting out. It just sounds like an all-in-one option that from what Ken's saying, I mean, it sounds like it's really working, and I'd be really curious to see how Jeff does with it as well. This is neat.
Ken, I was not even aware until fairly recently that the Spanish language was available on that GoMoto kiosk. Was that one of the deciding factors for you, or how did that come about?
We have actually been pushing for it for probably about a year. We've had it for about 6 months now, if I had to guess. We have been pushing for it for over a year now. And part of the reason we're doing this is because we're working on a program to try to implement these in Costa Rica. And Costa Rica is obviously majority Spanish. So, but you know, and I kept telling them, guys, I can't do this down there until you can give me Spanish. You've got to give me Spanish. So we pushed. They finally did it. We sent many menus to them. They built our menus in Spanish, that type of thing. We played with them. But it, you know, once we launched it, I was a little disappointed at the very beginning because it didn't seem to be catching on very quick. But again, like we said at the beginning, it's not something that's going to it's not going to grab and just take off immediately. It probably took another 90 days or so before the Spanish really started to kick in and people started to realize, you know, especially the Hispanic culture, that, hey, we can use these machines. We can understand what they're telling us. And at the end of the day, it seems to be working.
Let me ask you a question that's a little bit out of the box, Ken. Shon was on another panel, and we were talking about if you will, a trade evaluation of the guest's car when it comes into the service drive. Have you done anything like that, Ken, and incorporated the kiosk into the vehicle evaluation or appraisal, if you will?
Oh yes. Going back to the kiosk concierge for a minute, one of the things I built with those girls, their pay plan is revolving around the kiosk too. So it has to do with the number of check-ins. It has to do with trade evaluations. It has to do with upsell percentage. Because at the end of the day, we work our pay plans. You know, so I want to make sure that the process was being followed every single time with every single customer. So when it came to the trade appraisals, we worked out a process with our sales department. We have a very good system that flows now, because for those of you that don't know it, there's a question on there that asks you about, would you like to have would you like to understand what the trade evaluation is of your vehicle? So I will tell you this, at the very beginning, customers all said no. They don't want to deal with sales. They're there to get their car serviced. They don't want to hear about any of that. So we had to figure out how to communicate with our customers. And again, we talked about communication at the beginning of this video here, that communication is key with our customers. So one of my kiosk concierges looked at me one day and I asked her, I said, how can we make this better? And she says, well, why don't we just ask them if they want to know what their car's worth? And I was like, wow, that's simple. Okay, let's try that. So our goal is to do 10%. We want 10% of our customers every day to hit yes, so that we can get our trade appraisals. We're actually running about 15 to 20% a day right now.
Nice.
So we do about 150 to 200 trade appraisals a month out of our kiosk in Dallas. So
kiosk.
Yeah, and according to what the GM tells me at the dealership, because we track it just to see if it's getting any traction with sales, they are selling about 15 to 20 cars a month off the service drive through the kiosk.
So Christian, I am that BMW customer, right, who comes into the dealership and likes to deal with a human being, right, the human factor. So a quick story, Christian. A little over a year ago, I went in to service my vehicle onto the service drive at the BMW Center, and I wanted to get my vehicle. I knew that vehicle values had gone way up, right? I was aware of that because I'm in the business. And I tell you, I struggled, Christian, to get that dealership, because they were busy when I was in there for a routine service to evaluate my trade. But I'm just thinking how easy the kiosk would make that process. And by the way, I got a whole lot more than it was worth a year earlier. Okay. And I did trade and I did get the new vehicle. But Christian, I do, as a BMW customer, I do see a lot of benefit in that as well.
While I keep listening and my head keeps spinning, and I'm saying, okay, where I'm gonna put this kiosk, what I'm gonna do with it, because I guess it's a very good tool. So we have to mix a little bit of technology and train our new customers. And you still see it on the BMW. A lot of younger customers are getting into it. They're very nice cars. They're sporty. They come up with nice designs, but the tool seems to work. So I will definitely going to start looking into it for this year.
Ken, do you have any parting advice for somebody new with the kiosk? Let's say like Jeff Daniel or soon to be Christian Ugarte, who are getting started with the kiosk or thinking about doing the kiosk. Any advice for them about being early in the process and getting things going properly?
I will say that you have to monitor it. You have to watch your process, and you have to make sure the process is being followed. And at the end of the day, if the process is not working, don't be afraid to change the process. These things, at the end of the day, it is the future of our business. I mean, it's where everybody's going now. Like you said earlier about the airlines. I mean, a few weeks ago, I went to fly, and I wanted to talk to somebody at the counter, and they would not talk to me. I had a bag I was going to check, and I wasn't sure if it was overweight. They told me, go to the kiosk. I mean, they told me 3 times, go to the kiosk. You can check your bags at the kiosk. So literally I had to go to the kiosk and do it. So, I mean, it's the future of our business. If you stick with your process and you get your staff bought into it, that's the other key too. Make sure your staff understands what it's for, how it's going to benefit them, what it's going to do for them and the customer. Then at that point, once it takes traction, like now we've got good traction with ours, but every single day we're constantly, how can we improve? What can we do different? What can be better? And it's always evolving, and it will continue to be evolving.
And Ken, you were not looking to replace any service advisors,
No,
right?
It does not replace service advisors at the end of the day. I mean, there's still going to have to be that human factor, that human interaction. I think it's more of a streamlined process when it comes to, again, how customers check in. I mean, if you average 2 minutes for a customer, we do Lyft and Uber rides at our store. We don't have a shuttle. So literally a customer can check in 2 minutes and be gone. And then the advisor will contact them after the fact once they're creating the RO for the customer. But they can already be gone. And like they said earlier, already on the way to their appointment that they're late for to begin with.
Well, I'm going to have to leave it there, everybody. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Ken, Mauldin. Just amazing information coming to us from Purdy Group USA. Jeff Daniel, best of luck to you. I would imagine, Jeff, there's going to be, as we just heard, there's going to be more and more that's going to be available to the consumer on that kiosk, Jeff. So I can't imagine all the ways you're going to be able to use that. So congratulations.
Well, there won't be a sick day call-in that I'm thinking of. That was a question I was going to ask Ken, is how many people have called in, how many times is the kiosk called in sick or with car trouble? That's another entity. It's consistent.
That's the first thing I told my service advisors when we put them on the drive, because they started asking, is this our replacement? I said, well, it's up to you. You think about this for a minute. I said, they never call in sick, they're never late, and they present 100% of the time. It doesn't matter who's
there's no turnover either.
No,
there's
absolutely
no
not. Absolutely not.
And I know, Ted, you're trying to close this, guys. If he's running a 55% close rate on upsells, guys, industry average, just so you know, and I monitor everything, is 16 to 18%. Correct. Do the ROI on that math. It's pretty quick.
1 out of every 2 customers is getting something added.
And we're
literally it's driven up.
That's
it's driven up the dollars per RO, like I said, about 25 to 30% just in Dallas alone.
It's fantastic.
Anybody else? This is great stuff.
It's funny. My general manager or the COO of the company that day was talking to me about RO count, and using Dallas again for an example. And I attribute the kiosk to a lot of this. I mean, our RO count is down. Our customer pay RO count is down year over year.
Sure.
But our dollars per RO and our gross profit are up almost 30%.
Wow.
So we're doing more with less. And I mean, like I said, I attribute a lot of that to the kiosk and the process that's built around it.
Wow. All right, everybody. I was going to say, for more information at the bottom, you can visit GoMoto.com. Ken, I guess they can also contact you as well. Absolutely. I have stores that we do a lot of show and tell at our stores. I have stores flying from all over the country looking at this. Matter of fact, I had Columbia, the country, Columbia. They flew in 40-something people about 2 weeks ago from their distributorship and everything else over there for Toyota, going through this whole process.
Wow.
Very enlightening. Ken, we're going to have to come back.
I'm going to have to be calling you soon.
Absolutely. Give me a call. I'll hook anybody out, because I'll be calling you someday too, I'm sure.
So, Shon, I see the next panel at the next Fixed Ops Roundtable with the update on the panel and how they're making out with the kiosks.
Yeah, it's a big one. Ken, you're going to call again to wood now, buddy. You're on stage, buddy. You're on. It's a pretty high standard of 50%. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in.
I have a great team, so they do a really good job with it.
All right. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Ken. I want to thank Christian Ugarte, Chris Martinez, Stephen Hill, Shon Kingrey, and Jeff Daniel. Fantastic information, everybody. Very timely. Really appreciated all the great insights and all of your questions as well. The Streamlining Communications Impacting Your Service Reach panel here on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The customers today, their expectations, I think, are centered around all the technology. Everything is at your fingertips. More people are accustomed to seeing kiosks, accustomed to using those types of devices. I think customers expect that now in the service lane.
With all the technology there is now, customers come in and they just want to be in and out, and they don't want to stand around in line. The GoMoto kiosk, it's definitely helped with the morning rush. It's helped us eliminate the line that we used to have. The customer now comes in and they're welcomed by one of our greeters. The greeter now goes to the kiosk with the customer, they check in, and then they're on their way.
Before GoMoto, the backups in the service lane were due to not being able to get to the customer in a timely manner.
There's times where menus are passed over, where the advisor forgets to tell them, hey, it needs its major service. And now with the GoMoto, customers are presented with a maintenance package every time.
The time freed up from not having the customer sitting in front of them every single time they come in, it helps them be more efficient. It helps them focus more on the customer's concern and the maintenance and service of the vehicle. Before GoMoto, we would average approximately $130,000 in service gross. The kiosk and the service drive doubled the gross profit in the dealership. It's amazing, 100%. Using the GoMoto kiosk makes the dealership more profitable.
Howdy, partners! Grab your phones out of your saddlebags and vote for the Best Practice Awards by scanning the QR code on your screen. The Best Practice Awards will be announced at the end of day 4. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and brightest speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Our next speakers got insight, innovation, technology, and results. Please welcome Jeffrey Bogaski from Affinitiv.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A great customer experience is everything, and we are hearing a lot about the automotive customer lifecycle. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is honored to welcome Jeff Bogaski, the Chief Revenue Officer at Affinitiv. Jeff, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Well, Ted, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here, happy to be part of such a great organization. I sit on many calls and listen to other leaders at the dealership level, at the OEM level, and at the other vendor level, and I love learning and hearing stories from them, and I'm just excited to be part of this amazing group.
Hey, Jeff, congratulations to you. By the way, I know that you and I know a lot of the same people over many, many years in the retail automotive industry. So, congratulations to you on taking this lead at Affinitiv. And we're looking forward to seeing a lot from your company over the next couple months.
Yeah, thanks.
Tell us a little bit. Give us some backstory. Who is Affinitiv?
So Affinitiv, we're a leading provider of the end-to-end and the sales side. We work on the service side and the marketing side, and we work with automotive manufacturers, the OEMs, the dealer groups, and then also work with individual dealerships too. And then at the core, we're backed by decades and decades of automotive and marketing expertise to support about 5,000 dealerships all across the United States, working in every OEM that's out there today. We pull in data, so the solutions come down to the data. We pull that into our customer data platform, and it allows us to send out really good, targeted, timely, and very relevant communications that go throughout that customer's journey and customer life cycle.
And you're uniquely qualified to take this lead because I mentioned that deep experience in automotive. Give us a little bit, Jeff, about your background before you came to Affinitiv.
Yeah, so I got in the automotive industry in the 90s at a car dealership, and I said this might not be the path for me long term, and I got into the software side in the late 90s. I spent some time at ADP back in the day, and then at One Command in 08, I went to a company called Arcona, and there through acquisitions, I ended up running sales for fixed operations at DealerTrack. Cox Automotive acquired us, and I moved over to that organization. I took over sales, eventually running all of sales for Xtime and DMS. So the past 9 years, I've been mainly all fixed operations. Just love what I do. I love the opportunity to help lead and grow. And I got into this part here at Affinitiv to help really change the way we look at Affinitiv and the mission. And I try to make every single decision that I do, I start at the customer. What's good for the customer, which is the end dealer? And then if it works there, how do we make it good for our employees, our reps that are out in the field? And if you start with the customer and you work backwards, you never can really make a bad decision. So just thrilled to be at Affinitiv, thrilled for the opportunity, and thrilled to be part of this group here as well.
You've worked with a lot of big brands that we recognize. Isn't it funny how, most of us got into retail automotive, and that was never really the plan. It wasn't designed that way. But once you're in, and I think automotive retail is probably the greatest secret in this country. It's so many opportunities for so many people, and fixed operations is really being highlighted right now. Tell us a little bit more about what Affinitiv does. You've got a number of services and products that you represent.
Yeah, so our mission is really about the next generation customer experience to help everyone in the industry be profitable, create lifelong customers and lifelong relationships. And we provide solutions in all aspects of the customer life cycle, from the sales side, converting them over to the service experience, and then working on that retention through marketing. Our solutions are strategy focused on multi-channel communications. They create the right mix of email and text, voice, and you can look at more traditional ways like print, mail, and every one of the communication can be customized to customer and then what their communication preferences are as well.
You've got some great products that are really timely right now in retail automotive, especially on the technology side and combining this customer life cycle. Can you share what some of those products are with the audience?
Yeah, sure, Ted. So on the sales side, if you look at that, if you think of car research, our CRM platform, which we call XRM, is really powered by the old car research tool. Wow. It's a great CRM tool out there. And then stay on the sales side momentarily. Quote is an equity mining tool, and we also have Trade-in Valet. But we're at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, so let's focus on service. We have scheduling tool through our book platform. If you want to document the damage of a vehicle and the drive and look at upsells, we have a lane application. We have the multi-point inspection tool, which has really grown over the last 8 to 10 years. And then more recently, we've launched a couple products around technician video. So the service manager, the advisor, or the technician can send a video to the customer. And then in that same text thread, we developed and built RO Tracker. So in that same text thread, you get the video. A customer then can watch the repair status of their vehicle, limiting the calls back into the dealership. And then the final, cap it off is retention side. That's really what Affinitiv is about. Essentials is that timely marketing communication tool. But if you want to customize things just a little bit more, we have what we call a newsletter. It's content that the dealer can help create and build, and it could go out on monthly or quarterly, even biannual, intervals to the dealer's customer list.
We're talking today to Jeff Bogaski. He's the Chief Revenue Officer at Affinitiv. Jeff, some of the products you just mentioned, it's interesting over the last couple, 2-3 years, how customer expectations, it's almost now, if you didn't offer a lot of the things that you mentioned, you would really be behind as a retailer. And Affinitiv offers all of that. So I'm really pleased with some of the things you told us. Tell us more about that automotive customer life cycle. We're hearing a lot about it. And why is that important?
Well, today we have tech savvy and sophisticated customers, and they expect great experiences throughout that entire journey they go through at a dealership. And have a top-notch experience, require the best digital solution suites. And here, I think Affinitiv has all the right tools to help our dealers. That journey in the life cycle begins at what we call the awareness stage. It's where customers discover a brand. They do the research and the receptive communications that may be sent like an email or on a new vehicle release from your dealership. Then they move into what we call the research stage. They spend time online considering their buying options, but then they move into that consideration stage. And this is the first contact where a dealer would have with that customer. Then once they've made their decision, they move into what we call the purchase stage. And then after that, they move into that loyalty stage, which really hits home here. It's keeping that dealership top of mind for the consumer so they could go back in there for service, parts, and such. And then finally come back into that repurchase stage. That continues that customer's life cycle throughout the whole journey and hopefully repeats it for not only the customer, but for the household as well.
You do it all. And when you say automotive customer life cycle, that is from front to back and keeping the customer retained. I'm thinking when I went in with my vehicle recently for service, I got that video inspection from the technician as an example, right? I couldn't imagine now having a service experience that didn't have a lot of these things along the way, the texts and the updates and, using the technology and to be respective for the customer's time. Give me an example. What are some of the pain points that Affinitiv helps solve for your dealer clients?
Well, service and the importance of it to our dealers has never been more important. And it's changing and increasingly getting more and more aware with the addition of electric vehicles. It's even changing more so with that. The intervals for service on a car are longer, they're less frequent. And if I go back to when I got into this industry, my first automotive software job, spent little time on service. But then if I look at what I've done the past 8 or 9 years, it's been nothing but service. And here's how I look at it. It's like we're genuine men and women. They're out there just trying to solve genuine problems, create great experiences for the customers. And Affinitiv, we have the tools, we have the people, and we have the data that can help that communication. So we help communicate to retain the customers and the household's life cycle.
Jeff, I have never seen so much focus as right now on fixed operations with a lot of the supply chain issues that happened in new car inventory and how that affected used vehicle values and how a lot of that especially has fluctuated over the last few months. The focus is squarely right now on the service drive. So Affinitiv is in the right spot and with the right audience. And I know that our audience are also early adopters to a lot of new ideas and technology, but you've got a lot of things established. Give us a story or two from some of your retailers and, maybe how you solved some of those pain points with, some of your products or services.
Ted, recently we had an advisor from a dealership that thanked us for our digital platform that handles the appointments, the inspections, and the customer communications, because they had a customer that had dropped off their car for service at the dealership. The system texted the customer automatically once the service had started, and the customer replied to the text thanking the advisor for the update. The advisor then updated the customer with photos of the vehicle's issues and confirmed the customer was okay with the additional work, all via the system's texting messages. At the end of the service visit, the customer replied back to the advisor that they were so happy with the dealership had the systems that allowed them to maintain this communication and not forcing them to call into the dealership to find things out. What we found out at the end of this story is the individual had a disability and was deaf and actually couldn't speak anyway. Not knowing this, we had the tools that really served the purpose of this person's disability and created the utmost best experience we could have done for that individual.
That's actually what a great topic. And we actually have had a number of panels here at the Roundtable at recent events, that talked about customers with disabilities, even service employees with disability as well. So as I mentioned earlier, I really think that the new expectation now, and by the way, that really speeds up the service process when we can text the customer and not wait for a phone call back. And there's the technician with the vehicle in the bay, waiting for the okay to start the work. So it makes a lot of sense. So Jeff, you've got a whole platform of services at Affinitiv. You're serving thousands of dealers all across the country. What's the next step? If our audience wants to reach out, learn more about what Affinitiv does. First of all, are you folks going to be at NADA?
Oh, of course, we'll be at NADA. We'll be right by one of the main entrances. We're at booth 4475. Stop by and say hi. If nothing else, if you want to just know a little bit more about what Affinitiv does. I'd love to meet everyone. Love to talk to you, show you what we offer. We could talk about your customer life cycle and that journey. But we'd love to meet everyone. 4475 is the booth. You can also go to affinitiv.com. Of course, you have the thread through here. If you need to reach out to me directly, feel free to do that as well, too.
That's right. Some of our audience doesn't go to NADA, but they watch the roundtable. It's amazing how many leaders are on here. So affinitiv.com, everybody, and learn more about what they do. Jeff Bogaski is the Chief Revenue Officer at Affinitiv. Jeff, great honor, and I'd like to invite you back. And maybe at our next event, we talk a little bit more with some of your folks, and hear a little bit more about those pain points and how you help solve a lot for a lot of your dealer clients.
I'll take any invite you send me, Ted. I'm excited to be here again, excited to join all the professionals I get to listen to and all your other calls as well, and be part of this journey that we're all on to make the experiences for the customer and for our dealers the best we possibly can. Thanks for having me.
Everybody, Jeff Bogaski is one of the great leaders in our industry. He's the Chief Revenue Officer at Affinitiv. For more information, you can reach out to Affinitiv at affinitiv.com. Jeff will also be at NADA booth number 4475 later this week. Jeff, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, thank you so much, and great to have you on the roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Jeff Bogaski here today from Affinitiv at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I now have the most positive, engaging, and informative service experience right in the palm of my hand, all with Affinitiv's new Tech Video. This great new feature is part of their Service Lane technology suite, and it's available as a standalone benefit or to enhance your MPI service. With Tech Video, I can record and re-record high-definition videos, detailing the entire inspection process, whether it's explaining services performed, additional service recommendations, sending an estimate, or even thanking a customer. Tech Video allows us to personally communicate with our customers directly via SMS or email, so we can show them any of our recommendations in real time. Videos can be up to 7 minutes in length and only stream when the customer selects to view. No buffers or downloading, only instant playback. When a customer responds, it will appear instantly in our message chat. How great is that? So let your service team experience smoother transactions, easier communication, and happier customers with Affinitiv's Tech Video. To learn more, contact Affinitiv today online at affinitiv.com.
Welcome back to the finest event in all the land. It's the Fixed Ops Roundtable Wild West event.
Round in the corner, we've got our keynote speaker, Steve Apicella from Strategic DX.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Steve Apicella is making his mark on the automotive retail industry at Strategic DX, your dealer experience. Steve, I see you everywhere. Your message is resonating. That customer journey is now part of the conversation everywhere I go in the industry. Congratulations to you. And Steve, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Boy, it's so good to be here. And, the Wild West theme, you're talking to the right guy from Colorado. Woo. There we go. I didn't have to go to the store to buy that one. That's in the closet, ready to rock. It's great to be here. And, Ted, I love what you're doing, casting a spotlight on fixed ops, because this is such a important part of the value proposition for the brick and mortar dealer. And it's something, the reason why I've gravitated to you and why so many other people have is when our industry faces maybe its greatest challenge ever with all of the transformations that are occurring, the vehicles themselves are transforming. And, the landscape of competitors is transforming too. And when people talk about the challenge from the 100% online retailers, it's a real challenge, and
the prospect is somebody like in the future. There's formidable foes now with Tesla and others, but imagine when Apple or Amazon is in the game. That's going to change it forever. And I believe right now, the brick and mortar dealers that have been there for a long time will continue to be there for a long time, as long as they leverage their unique attribute. And their unique attribute isn't catching up to the 100% online retailers. That's not the mission. It's to surpass them with these unique attributes of being able to locally service their customers better than anybody. Think about it. The 100% only online retailers for now are just selling cars. And we have to be careful as an industry too, that the perception is that we're not just doing the same thing. And the challenge that exists, it's been a challenge for the long time. And I want to underscore this by prefacing it with, I love this industry. I think we're doing a lot of things right. I am not the guy, even though I'm a digital contributor, I'm not the guy that says everything's broken. I don't believe that. There's a lot of things going well. But there is one architectural problem that is creating strain in that unique attribute, which is every dealership treats sales and service like two separate companies under one dealer roof. And the challenge with that from the customer's perspective is once the car sales process is done, it feels to the customer like the transaction and therefore the relationship has concluded. A lot of things lead up to that, even with advancements like digital retailing, which I'm an advocate for. We do digital retailing in a post-sale sense. I don't do it in a pre-sale sense, but I'm an advocate for it because I don't think it means shut the dealer's doors. It just means simply casting a wider net to capture more customers, the ones that desire to engage digitally. And obviously that's an important topic today. For the first time last year in 2022, the millennials surpassed the baby boomers in buying cars. Wow. And, you know, the millennials aren't coming, they're here. And guess what? Gen Z is here too. And for those that don't know what the next generation after Gen Z is called, get it in your vernacular, it's Generation A. Follows Gen Z. We just go back through the alphabet again. But when you take a look at what motivates a millennial, our number one audience right now, what even motivates a baby boomer who today they're all on their smartphones, it's not just a Gen Z or a millennial topic. You have to take a look at these things. And even with digital retailing, which is a positive advancement, in my opinion, to supplement the in-person experience, not to replace it, the associated digital experience with digital retailing abruptly ends with the sale of the vehicle. What does that tell a customer that even engaged digitally? It further substantiates that the transaction and therefore the relationship is over. So although we have great operators in our industry, in both sales and fixed ops and running the dealerships, we can keep refining the hell out of the fixed ops process, and we should. And we can keep refining the sales process, and we should. But because of this architecture, until we fill the gap in between sales and service, we're going to continue to get what we currently get, which is mass customer defection. And that's not okay. You know, you take a look at, and again, our industry sometimes doesn't like to use this as a comparison, which is Amazon. And Amazon feels like it's in the cloud thing. And Steve, this is not us. It's more like the 100% online retailers. And that's not true. Amazon is chock full of brick and mortar and people to deliver its products and services. What they have intelligently done, though, is figured out the desired engagement pathway, and here's their secret sauce. The desired engagement pathway before and after the sale that keeps their customers coming back again and again and again and again. The recurring customer is what makes Amazon a $1 trillion plus value company. Anybody watching this right now can be self-reflective. How many people have purchased something from Amazon just once? How many people have an Amazon box on their doorstep once a week or once a day?
More like a couple a day.
If Amazon didn't have the recurring customer, they would not be the $1 trillion retailing titan that we know. And this is where our industry has a blueprint on what that means. My wife, last year before the holidays, I'm on the road all the time, Ted, and I'm running a company that's growing. And, anything I can do to contribute at home, I certainly do, because my wife carries the load big time, right? So on the way out the door on a Monday morning, on the way to the airport, I'm like, hey, is there anything I can do for you before I take off? And she's like, you know what? Actually, I have an Amazon return. I would love if you could take that to the UPS store and get it returned for me. I'm like, you know what? There's like 4 UPS stores on the way to the airport. Happy to do it. So she walks over to her office and she comes with a handful of loose products and hands them to me. And she said, take these back. And I thought she was kidding me. I'm like, those have to be in a box, don't they?
Taped up? No.
Taped up with and she goes, no, just take this and here's a QR code. Just take that to UPS and they'll take care of it. And literally on my entire drive to the UPS store on the way to the airport, I'm thinking she's going to be laughing her tail off, as she visualizes me walking into the UPS store. And I walked into the UPS store, products in hand.
Yeah.
Thinking that somebody's going to, redirect me to, you got to buy this box and here's some tape and here's how you do it.
Right, yeah.
And the lady, nice young lady behind the counter says, you have an Amazon return? And I said, I do. And she says, bring it here. So I drop this miscellaneous stuff off on her counter. And she said, do you have your QR code? I do. And pull it out of my pocket. And she said, do you need a receipt? No. And she said, okay, thank you. We'll take it from here.
Wow.
Now across the street across the parking lot from the UPS store is a McDonald's, and I love their coffee. So I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. It's a Monday morning, get my cup of coffee. I walk in, since I'm just walking across the parking lot, head back to my car, get in my car. And because my email is connected to my family's Amazon account, I get a notification that the items that I just dropped off have already been returned and my money's been refunded. They've made it so easy to engage that customers don't even think about what they're going to do next. What they're going to do next is go right back on Amazon and do it again and again and again. And again, remember that the architecture of Amazon is people. And it is brick and mortar. They just figured out the desired engagement pathways before and after the sale that keeps their customer coming back again and again. And this is our challenge for our industry when we treat sales and service like 2 separate companies under one roof, and the experience with the dealer abruptly ends with the sale of the car, and then somebody picks up the pieces somewhere thereafter. The problem is, if we're waiting for the first service moment to re-engage our customers after the point of sale, it's too late. Mass defection has already occurred. Or if we're trying to connect with a customer prematurely, and what do I mean by that? When a customer is buying a car, it's not the right time, with all due respect, because this has been a best practice for a long time, it's not the right time to introduce them to the service department. They're buying the car. But dealers do this because we feel like if we don't get them right now during the sale, we're never going to get them. So you better cram it into the sales process. And customers are saying, why is it not the right time, Ted? Customers are saying the sales process is too long already. We don't need one more thing to do, right? Let's make the car buying experience great, but then let's connect the disconnected parts of the ownership journey and stay connected with our customer and incentivize them through the ease of use of accessibility to our dealership throughout that ownership experience, including the gap between sales and service. And there's so many pieces of the experience that shouldn't abruptly end, like F&I. It's ridiculous to me that F&I is a critical financial cornerstone to every dealer's financial success, but we leave that to the car sales process alone. We show customers, here's all these products for the first time. You need to make a decision right now or never thereafter. And that's a shame, because there's so much more value in F&I than just trying to get it in that one-time moment. But the problem with the current architecture, the current process, is the only process that legitimately exists is the ability to sell it in that micro moment. And that, to me, is not okay. We should be doing all the great things we're doing right now, but the thing we shouldn't be doing is step one, throw the kitchen sink at customer acquisition, and step two, deploy customer abandonment. It shouldn't be the workflow. We have to lead people. If we're going to take the brick and mortar industry and propel it past the limitations of the 100% online retailers, then we have to create an organic pathway that leads customers to the value of fixed ops beyond the one-time sale. And we can't just wait for the customer return, or we can't use phone solicitations or junk email or random text messages as a way to communicate in 2023 and beyond. It's disconnected from reality on the way people want to engage. So
the way they want, right?
I embrace our great dealers and their support community. There's a lot of people, F&I, the reason why we focus on F&I is because it's not the least important thing. It's one of the most important things. And we should extend F&I revenue and all the relationship value beyond the one-time transaction. And we should help dealers deploy a why return here campaign beyond just a why buy here campaign. And that is, I think, the mission. I think everybody desires it. It's not intent. It's leadership and process that creates the limitations to what currently exists. And that's what we do. And I'm very, very proud of it. We've grown significantly in part, Ted, thank you. My relationship with you and the exposure on here has helped create a lot of momentum for us. And there's a lot of other people that I'm very proud to say are partners and friends and colleagues today because they share the same mission, which is earning the lifetime relationship with customers beyond the one-time transaction.
Steve, let's take a look. You've prepared an overview. Let's have our audience take a look at exactly what we do.
In 2023 and beyond, should a customer or a service advisor on behalf of their customer have intuitive access to all of their purchased F&I products on their smartphone, empowering them to easily access service from it when needed? And by extension, should a customer or a service advisor on behalf of their customer also be able to see all of the F&I products the customer didn't purchase but are still available to them in that same digital view? Of course they should, but until now, this powerful F&I accessibility has been missing. Our innovative and unprecedented solution is called Your Dealer Experience, or YDE for short. YDE is a private dealer branded application in iOS, Android, and web to connect the disconnected parts of the dealer-customer ownership journey together, including solving F&I's missed opportunities, especially after the vehicle sale. Consider this, if F&I revenue is so critically important to a dealer's financial success, and of course it is, if it's valuable to a customer's ownership experience, and it should be, and if it's valuable to the customer's loyalty back to their selling dealer, and that's what the value proposition of F&I, customer retention, is supposed to be beyond the revenue generated alone. If all of that is true, then why in the hell do we leave all of that relationship and revenue value to the one-time micro moment of the F&I menu presentation alone? The current architecture of F&I is flawed, keeping F&I the world's greatest secret until the customer enters whatever the dealer's F&I environment is during the vehicle buying process. Then we present 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or more F&I products to the customer via a menu for the first time in that micro moment. And then we expect the customer to make a decision right now or never thereafter. Even worse, when a customer that purchased an F&I product with their vehicle and they need F&I product service, the dealer's service advisors are not equipped to easily navigate the associated claims, especially in a multi-F&I administrator in almost every dealership reality. The sequence goes something like this: a customer, never having read their service contract or warranty, intuitively shows up at their selling dealer's service drive. And that's a good thing, even when it's unannounced. And then the customer proclaims, I purchased my vehicle here and some protection products, and I need service support. The ill-equipped service advisor, and it's not their fault, they don't currently have access to the F&I data, responds with something like, what protection products did you buy from us? Do you have a copy of your contract with you? Do you even know what it's called? Of course, the customer doesn't know the answer to any of these questions. That's why they're at the dealer's service department for support. This should be a golden moment for retention, but it's always rapidly diminished into an embarrassingly frustrating moment for both the service advisor and their customer, who, whether the customer's thinking it or saying it, it's actually equally damaging to the dealer's relationship with the customer either way. Customer thinks, time out, I bought this stuff from you, don't you know? Limiting F&I revenue to the micro moment of the F&I menu presentation alone and fumbling through F&I service when needed is a self-inflicted industry financial mistake. Here's a simple self-reflective question. Is our industry's mission to only sell a vehicle and maybe a few F&I products, or to also earn a recurring customer? Process and leadership are required if the latter is desired, and it always is. In the YDE application, both the service advisor and the customer can see all of the customer's purchased F&I products in one digital view, even when those F&I products are powered by multiple F&I administrators. They can see all of the customer's details, the definition of what each F&I product is and is it not, and they can actually engage in 100% digital claim service, transcending the analog anarchy that's currently deployed by most F&I administrators, which is typically a 1-800 number different for each F&I administrator, phone queues with call, hold, wait times of any length, it doesn't matter, and antiquated manual claim processing. F&I administrators that are primarily leveraging this 1970s method to support F&I claim service are spending the most amount of money delivering the least desirable solution, and it's not best in class anything in 2023. Even when an individual F&I administrator deploys an online fill in all the blanks claim form that only leads to a phone call anyway, or an app that only works with that individual F&I administrator and its individual products alone, These F&I administrators are part of the disconnected from reality engagement nightmare that currently exists for dealers and customers. With the YDE application, in that same scenario, when a customer intuitively shows up at the dealership, the service advisor simply enters or scans the vehicle's VIN barcode. Where the YDE application digitally connects to all of the dealer's multiple F&I administrators, admin software platforms, because that's where the data is at, via an API to determine if the customer has active coverage, what is that coverage, and to provide a simplified method of engaging service so the service advisor can do it efficiently. Since YDE intelligently displays all of the F&I products a customer did purchase with their vehicle and provides a simplified digital pathway to service when needed, by direct and organic extension, YDE also reveals to the customer and the service advisor all of the F&I products the customer didn't purchase with their vehicle, but are still available to them at this moment, extending the F&I revenue runway significantly beyond the one-time F&I menu presentation. A simple and personalized workflow displays to the service advisor and to the customer all of the F&I products that are still eligible to them at that moment, and gives them full disclosure of what these F&I products include and what it doesn't include. It allows the service advisor and a customer to dig into the details, the fine print of the service contract or warranty if desired. Why not? And even lets them watch a video proposition of why these F&I products are valuable to protect the customer's vehicle and their ownership experience. Finally, yes, YDE gives the customer or the service advisor on behalf of their customer a digital pathway to fully purchase or finance these valuable F&I products over time, all directly on the customer's smartphone or the service advisor's desktop. This method of full disclosure and honoring a customer's decision to learn about and make a confident decision for their vehicle's protection translates to more F&I revenue and less cancellations. Now, for great clarity, we're not proposing to stop the current F&I menu presentation during the sale of the vehicle. Of course not. A lot of revenues are in there. However, should all of the revenue and relationship value of F&I reside in the micro moment of the F&I menu presentation alone? Customers want to protect their vehicles, but many desire the time and full product knowledge first to make a confident decision. Why wouldn't we support that as an industry? This is the actual F&I revenue left on the table waiting to be earned by you. In addition to the advanced F&I benefits of YDE, there are also customer app adoption tools, including dealer messaging featuring push notifications and stylized messaging to provide the desired post-vehicle sales communication between the dealer and their customer beyond random text messages and random emails and phone solicitations, all of which are not desired by anybody. And also a digital rewards program where customers can see all of the reward points they've earned from their dealer. They can see how they've earned those points, and they can see how to use those points to incentivize their loyalty back to the dealership and the dealer service drive to enhance the engagement results between the dealer and their customer, all in one unified dealer-branded YDE app, helping to inspire a lifetime relationship beyond a one-time transaction. Think digital life cycle. If our great industry desires a recurring customer beyond the one-time transaction, we must fill the gap between sales and service and not wait for the first service moment when mass customer defection has already occurred. Connect the disconnected parts of the ownership journey before and after the vehicle sale with your dealer experience. Thank you very much for your time.
Extra, read all about it. Up next is our Fixed Ops Magazine panel.
Possibly the fan favorite part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable is coming up right now. It is the Fixed Ops Magazine panel led by our good friend and colleague, Ron Overs, the publisher at Fixed Ops Magazine. Ron, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Always a great time.
Ron, you have assembled the best of the best. Look at the lineup you've got here. I'm so impressed, and I know you're going to be introducing them and asking some questions, but I understand there's a new issue of Fixed Ops Magazine that's available online now and in print very shortly.
Absolutely, Ted. You know, we wrestle people to the ground and, you know, try to get them to come onto our cover. You know, we've gotten Tully. We know we've gotten Ed. We know we've gotten Sarah. Scott, John, you're on the list. But this time we were really trying to get some good inside information on Shon. And we were very fortunate to get a great interview with Shon. And look at that handsome picture. I mean, wow. I mean, this guy, you start off with a good, you know, canvas, but, you know, they really made him look awesome. He really looks great in this picture. So
thank you very much, Ron. It's an honor. I can tell you that. It's an honor and it's a privilege. That's all I can say. Very humbled by it.
Well, thank you, Sean, and thank you for all you've done, you know, for the industry, not just for us, but just, you know, when you think about that, we're all looking for people to emulate in this business. And the people we have in front of us, this is the people we want to emulate in fixed operations, that's for sure.
So Sarah and Ed and Tully, I guess from now on, he'll be known as Sir Shon Kingrey as well. So.
That's right.
All right. Ron, I'm going to step out of the way and let you get things rolling.
Sounds good. Ted, thank you so much. Well, listen, team, this is great to see. I mean, boy, we couldn't have assembled a more astute group of people to talk to about fixed operations and what 22 did for us and what we see happening in the year ahead. I think, you know, when we get people like yourselves together, other people are looking and saying, hey, Tully, so what the heck you got planned for 23 to make, you know, what's your encore presentation? And to just kind of step ahead. So Tully, let's start with yourself.
So, you know, I think 22 was a great year, building foundations, getting solid, getting fixed ops ready to go. And 2023 is the year for fixed to shine. Why? Sales are going to be a little bit softer. We're not getting the big margins, you know, and inventory, right? But the best part is that we've been building on our bases all year long, getting things refined, talking about it with our friends, what works at your store. I feel 2023 will be the year of fixed ops because we're going to help the stores out the most. The sales side is not going to be that shining star like they've been the last couple of years because of COVID. Now fixed, here's coming through, getting those processes right, making sure we're doing everything perfect, keeping that CSI strong because we are in the repeat and referral business, my friend.
Boy, we've heard that from Tully, and it is so true, right? If we don't keep those customers, where are we going, right? We gotta keep them right there. How about yourself, Ed? What do you see ahead for 23?
Well, 23 is a huge year to focus on fixed for a lot of reasons. We got EVs coming more and more into the marketplace. We got longer trade cycles at the moment right now with some of what's happened over the last couple of years. So vehicles are older. That's out on the road, and the older the vehicles are, the more service they need. Sales are starting to decline a little bit with things happening with interest rates and various different things. So inventory is climbing, but they're not leaving quite as fast. And so if you're staying in the same vehicle, it's opportunity to enhance your ownership experience and for us to take care of them on the fixed side. So when it does time to trade out and move into a new one, there's no question on the brand. And that's what we all look for. Like Tully said, we're in a repeat and referral business, and it starts with the ownership experience. And this is our year to focus on ownership experience.
Fantastic. Scott, how about out west? What's happening out there?
It's about the same. I would say 22 was a year of building, learning. We had to do a lot of stuff kind of on the fly with parts issues, with inventory issues. And, you know, sometimes you got to call audibles, and we've gotten pretty good at that. Completely agree with Tully. The 23 is going to be the year of fixed ops. I really believe that. Inventory has been down for a couple of years now. and people are hanging on to their cars longer. Interest rates are up. As Ed said, sales have kind of softened, and I think we're going to really hit a home run in fixed ops this year. That's what we're planning on.
Fantastic. Shon, you got, you've made the trek. You're like a salmon going upstream, right? Everybody's moving to Texas. Everybody's moving to Florida. Where's Shon moving? Hell, let's go to Wisconsin. Okay. Why not? Let's go.
God's country, Ron. You know that. You're familiar with it up here. Ron, we talked about it, or we spoke about it on a previous panel. Some of us did. With the way the market's shifted now with used cars and with the purchases that they did on used cars being so underwater right now, let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. Used car market's ugly. The new car markets, there's new cars on the lot and they're not selling. Right now there's manufacturers offering 0% interest and they can't sell. And those that aren't qualifying for that, the interest rate's so high. And again, we talked about it, and John Fairchild and Ed and Tully, we all talk about it all the time. We spoke about it previously. If you don't know what fixed absorption is, you better learn real quick, because it's going to be the two keywords of 2023. I'll tattoo it on my arm if I have to, but fixed absorption, you got to learn what that means. You got to learn what it contributes to, because variable is going to come looking really, really quick for some help. The days of 20, 30 grand over window sticker on that Escalade, those are gone. You can't get away with it anymore. Forget the manufacturer stopping it. The people just aren't going to pay for it, because with the interest rates, they can't afford it. What somebody could afford in 2022, they can't really afford in 2023. And that's just not automotive. As everybody knows, I'm sold a house in Florida, buying a house in Wisconsin. Interest rates have changed. It's changed what you can do. It's changed what you can afford. It changes your daily outlook.
Absolutely, Shon. In one of my other lives, I work with a company that sells service contracts and things like that. And one of the stores I work with, they sold 300 used cars last month. Their biggest variable is they used to sell, $399, $499 payments, right? And he says, now the payments are $699, $799. And just truly, what can you put on your lot, that you can actually get over the curb, because people can't afford that $28,000 used car. It's just, the payment's just too steep. And so, they're adjusting inventories, not to mention they're drowning in the cars that they bought 6 months ago, and they got to get out from underneath each one of those first. So it's a crazy time. So John, you go out here and actually teach some of us how to do this thing. So what do you see going on in the market, and what are your focus going to be in the year ahead?
Yeah, and thanks for having me on the panel. And, just to kind of throw out there what my functionality is, I was in retail for about 20 years. And for the last 23 years, I've been serving basically three functions for dealers all over the country as a consultant, a coach, and a trainer. Now, those three things may sound very similar, but here's where they differ. Is a consultant is process development. It's analysis. It's, in short, knowing what to do. Okay. And then training is teaching. But what I see in the field, and I've seen, since I've been in the car business at age 15 is two things. Is number one, people always say, nobody trained me. Number two, I feel like once you know what to do, you train yourself through your habits. And let's face it, through the whole COVID period and even beyond, talent has been in short supply. And so we've had people in circumstances where they were short-staffed. We've had people in circumstances where they didn't know how to do the job, and they were truly nobody trained me. And we're kind of coming out of that in 22. The third functionality that I do once you are the consulting and the coaching part and training part is coaching. Coaching aims to take good to go to great. Or in a lot of cases, these are the people that are really going to get the fruit off of it. If you're already great, you're even going to get greater. So functionally for 22, I saw a lot of dealerships getting back into a semi more normal circumstance where they had a full staff of advisors. We're actually able to get some traction in all three of those areas and kind of reset some processes, reset some training, and also, like I said, create a cadence of accountability through coaching. Now for 23, I think it's more of the same, only amplified. I feel like the key word, and I've always, from the beginning of time, and I'll shout this word off a mountaintop, it's really just execution. Any tablet, any software, any process, any great idea, any strategy that you have is useless if everybody's not singing off the same song page and everybody's not actually executing. So for 23, what I would think about is how are the ways that we can get execution better? And there are a lot of different ways to get execution better. One of the things that really has got a lot of traction since the staff has been getting more of a normal situation, and we got a lot of new blood in the funnel, is classroom training. But also, making things fun with your people, getting people involved, getting them really kind of wanting to execute instead of having to dictate to them what they need. So that's kind of in a nutshell what I see in 22 and 23 is just further gelling and going from great to greater.
Fantastic, John. Sounds like the dealers that are working with you are going to be blessed. You got the right focus for sure. Sounds great. Sarah, what are you seeing in training? Every time I talk with Sarah, it used to be, hey, what's new in BDC, right? And now it's like, hey, Sarah, what's new in the whole world of training and all the rest with Quantum, boy. And you've assembled such an incredible team of people to send out. But tell me what's happening and what's new.
Yes, so I am super excited. I think 2023, we've been, and you know this, Ron, I've been passionate about BDC for the majority of my career, and I've always been very, very aware about how important that role is if you do a really, really solid job of equipping your people with the skills and enabling them to handle your customer and answer those questions and communicate effectively. Those pieces make the customer experience just so much more impactful. And the thing that I think in 2023 is going to be so telling is that we all are seeing this customer focus that really is now going back into, well, wait a minute, it's the experience, it's how I feel, it's the thoughts and feelings about how I want to transact, and do I feel like I'm valued more than just a straight transaction. And so for me in 2023, and what I've been seeing in 2022 is this awareness that dealerships are going, well, wait a minute, okay, we have not really enabled our BDC. In fact, we don't even have a BDC. We actually have a service receptionist that's just really kind of handling the bloodbath of phone calls that are coming in, and they're not really enabled to do a lot of the right things to keep our customers engaged. And at NADA, I'm actually really excited because I'm talking about a topic that might be a little bit of a newer concept, but finance BDC. And one of the things that's going to happen with that on the service side is this marriage between departments where there's no more silos. And so the customer, especially in the EV experience, as that's coming, we have to be ready and prepared for our customers to have those questions and have all hands on deck. And even more so now, a BDC that has the ability to talk intelligently about all facets of your organization to then get them to come into your organization, talk about the benefits of the warranties, all of those different components. That's going to be the secret sauce for the dealers that are going to see success in 2023. And I'm really excited already. I've had many clients that have signed up in 2022, but it's been really fun for them to go, wow, you know what? We've been sitting not having a BDC like this for over a decade. And in just the last 5-6 months, the difference in what's happening with our customer retention, what's happening with all of the different experiences, the skill level of our people, and also the talent pipeline, being able to pull service advisors from the BDC now. So it's really cool to see. And I think 2023 is going to be the year of BDC.
Fantastic. And it is so important, right? I mean, Ed, you know it all the time, right? When I need something at down at Bozard, it's fun to just, text to Ed or whatever. But the reality is sometimes, you got to pick up the phone and talk to somebody, and you want that person to be obviously, passionate. They want to be, you want them to actually like doing what they do. I said, if I get one more person trying to emulate, the Ritz-Carlton by telling me it's a pleasure to do business with me, when they really don't even want me on the phone. Okay. They don't want me anywhere in their life. And they're saying, Mr. Obers, it's such a pleasure to do business with you. It's like, it really isn't. I understand that, but please take care of my problem. That would really make me happy, But finding people that when they say it's my pleasure, they actually mean it really is my pleasure because this is what I like to do for a living. And it goes right to what you're saying there, that it's a feeling, right? You got to feel that this is what I want to do, and I want to make this work well. And your customers have to feel that you really do care, and you're not trying to get just 2.5 items on the RO today. Okay, you're actually really just trying to get something, accomplished, which is going to help them, with their car and make it happen. I posted something on LinkedIn a while back, and it said, being purpose driven, to not more than just have a, go out there and say, I have great culture in my store, but actually getting with each one of your key people and saying, what is your purpose? I mean, let's focus on today. Let's focus on the week, the month, the year. What is your purpose and what is your plans going forward? Because I see more and more people out there today that are, like you said, John, you said with the training, we've had a dearth of people, which means we stuffed people in jobs that was just the wrong job. And now it's like, let's get the people where they need to be. Thank you, John. They really do. People need to be in the right places. And now our job is to find out and say, hey, you know what? Here's your core competency. Let me get you to where you can do what you do best. And that may not be what you're doing. You have to, and I have to say, you never fire someone. You set them free and let them go find the job that they can be great at. Because, what they're doing right now is miserable for them and miserable for you. So why do you want to continue that? Set them free. Let them go get something else that they're going to love to do down the road. Tully, have you had any experiences like that with people?
Yes, it's funny that you said that, is that we feel in 2022 is that evaluations, reviews. Now, everybody says reviews and evaluations are negative. I say revaluations are positive. These are what makes people excited. Show them the successes that they have. And I'm not saying every 6 months, every 3 months. I'm saying every month, have those conversations. Maybe technicians don't need it every month, but if some do, God bless every one of them. But your key personnel, we want to talk to them monthly. Tell them where they're doing, how they're doing it. Have a path. As you know, Ed has a great path for his technicians, as we do as well. Talk about the success. But then the next piece is that what drives me crazy is terminations. Now, it could be a termination because they're leaving the market or termination because that person doesn't make a good fit. And what we're working hard on is our retention rate needs to be extremely high. We want to work on that this year. This year is the year of hiring right and successes with our employees. That is the key for our general managers that we're working forward for 2023.
Fantastic. Ed, how about yourself? What do you see as far as that with your employees?
I want to touch on something that Sarah said, because it's really something that we can all build on. She talked about knocking down silos. Mm-hmm. And from a customer standpoint, customer sees us as one business. They really see us as an extension of the manufacturer. And us inside, we divide this thing up into all these different groups and think, okay, well, you got to go see that department. You got to go see that department. Well, the customer's got one concern or one need that they need to fill, and they want to come in contact with who can take care of that. And you touched on a little bit yourself, Ron, when you said, when I need something, I reach out to Ed at Bozard, because people want to do business with people. Well, if we keep dumping everybody off to somebody else because that's this and that's that, then it becomes very convoluted. And it's just like the sales process, where people dread it because they go in and deal with a salesperson. They find the vehicle, they land on the vehicle, they agree to it. And then they go in the box and they shut the door and it starts all over again. And they got to respill everything out and stuff. And what we need to focus on is bringing our teams together, get rid of the silos, and work on getting better every single day. And when there needs to be a transition from one department to another, create a process that allows a smooth transition. And that will enhance our customer experience.
No question about it. Well, that's the Sarah and thanks for bringing the light back onto that, because it is so important. I mean, how many times, right, have you seen the experience where, customer walks into service and they said, so what did they sell you up in F&I? Wow. Okay, let me see what I can do with that, and away you go. So, it's just really having those conversations, Ed, which I know you've had with, right? You're talking with your team all the time, and it's just like, okay, so, we were talking about it with electric vehicles, and it's just like, okay, so what does a pre-scheduled maintenance program look like for an electric vehicle? Okay, can you really make it something the customer wants to buy? And at the same time, is it really something you want to sell? Is it really worth your time? And let's find that right product, that right mix of things that makes great sense for them. And then put it together and, make sure everybody's on the same page and they're selling it. It works so well.
And be flexible, because we think we know what these electric vehicles are going to need, but after they're out in service for 2 or 3 years, they may need something that we're not even thinking about now. And we can't lock in on what we think needs to be the right thing. We got to be flexible and adjust to what is needed.
Absolutely. So Scott, how about yourself? What do you see with the employees at your place?
Well, a lot of what has already been touched on. We're working really hard on having a lot of one-on-ones and letting the employees know and trying to build a relationship where they feel safe and comfortable if they need to come to a manager and talk about something. Or maybe it's an idea. I tell everybody, all my best ideas were not my ideas to start with. Somebody came to me with a suggestion and we worked together and made it great. So I'm really open to that. I really want them to feel like if they have an issue or they have a problem, they can come and talk about it. And just like was mentioned, some people are not the right fit for the position they're in. We've had staffing shortages and things like that. And sometimes we've just kind of stuck somebody in a position and tried to help them get to where they need to be. And sometimes they just can't. And so then maybe you need to shift and move them to a different department or something, or maybe there's something else they can do. Or like you said, Ron, maybe you just need to set them free, at some point. But working on a lot of that. And then also the silos. I've always pushed hard that this is Tucson Subaru. This is not Tucson Subaru Finance. This is not Tucson Subaru Service. This is not Tucson Subaru Used Cars. It's Tucson Subaru. And if a customer comes in needing help, whoever waits on them first should be able to help them or get them to where they need to go. And there shouldn't be any walls about how much we're charging to recon used cars or what they're selling over there, or if we can work with it. Everybody should be pulling as a team, because there can be so much more achieved when you do work together as a team and everybody's all on the same page and everybody's pulling the oars the same and we're beating to the right tempo, the same tempo.
Fantastic. Now, Shon, when you go in with your meetings with these new people you have up there in Wisconsin, do they have to sign a statement that they back the Green Bay Packers, or can they really look at other teams, on Sunday other than that?
Well, I can't put it in writing, but it certainly doesn't hurt. Let's put it that way. So yeah. So officially, for those that don't know, I've been to a little more than 100 Packer games in my life, so I might be a big fan. But Ron, I'm going to take it off what you said, and a little changing of words is you got to find out what is their why. A good mentor of mine many years ago, and I'm going to lean on John here a little bit, because John and I've worked together now for going on almost probably 4 years. And I'll tell you, when I walk into a store, I don't stop in the showroom first. I beeline through the shop and I talk to every single technician and I talk to every single advisor before I do anything else. Because quite frankly, nothing else matters. That's where the money's made. And listen, some of the technicians need hugs and some need a kick in the rear. I get it. Some you kind of walk past and you say hello to, and some you just got to stop and have just a conversation, 30 seconds. We talk about it in all the panels. What does it cost to have a dealer principal or a general manager stop by and say something nice, to actually know their name, to actually acknowledge the job they did last week? And listen, if that means you behind them say, hey, Ed Roberts turned 110 hours last pay period. Okay. That's okay. If they think the dealer principal knows it, that's great. Everybody's got to have buy-in. You got to find out what every employee you have, what their why is. And I'm telling you, John and I've done it for many years together. We walk through the shop together. We may split up and we end up in the same spot because John may have a better connection with one than I do. And I'll tell you guys a quick story. You talked about the hiring decisions. John and I in the past, we had another individual that we did interviews together. There was always three of us that interviewed the same individual. And 2 out of 3 won. There was individuals I said no to that John and the other individuals said yes to, and we hired them. Because you got to remove your personality out of it. You got to know if they're a good fit. And John, I'm going to lean on you on that one too, is that I've grown a lot by allowing to do that. Take your personality out of it, find out what the why is, find out what pushes them and what motivates them to come to work every day for 10 hours, to get beat on, to find out what makes them tick.
John, why don't you jump in right off of that?
Oh, I appreciate that, Shon. And we're talking about employee development, and I think really I mentioned earlier a cadence of accountability and execution, and everybody's got to kind of know where they're at. And I know with the three retail guys I've worked with here, Tully, Ed, and Shon, it all starts with a scoreboard. And everybody's got to know where they're at any time. And I'm not talking about paralysis by analysis either. If I can't look at your scoreboard and tell within 30 seconds, am I green or am I red or am I in the yellow? It's not a scoreboard. Go back and further simplify. But it's got to be in your face. There's got to be a cadence of accountability. There's got to be an expectation of accountability. It's got to come from the team member's mouth as to what their action plan is or what obstacles they may have that we can take out of their way. And it starts with being able to pull somebody in and have a conversation with them about first what's good about what they're doing, and then where they need improvement, and get that input from them as to where they're going to improve. And so a scoreboard, if you don't have a simplified scoreboard that's updated daily, if you're not doing a daily huddle meeting, which is only a scoreboard meeting, it's not a complaint session. I almost use another word. It's not a housekeeping session. We can table those things. You'll have a whiteboard next to you to be able to table those things, but it's about the scoreboard. It's about what do we need to do again as leaders to get out of your way, or how can we enhance how your effectiveness is in advising? And I said advising because there's a reason. Is in a way we could care less what they buy. I said it. Okay. What our job should be is advisors. We need to give our customers the best advice. We need to build a great relationship. We need to prioritize. We need to give them options and let them decide. But if we're good at that magical 2.5 hours per RO is not even a consideration, because you're going to blow that out of the water. And again, I know I've said this many times, but the customers, the clients, the guests that have the most invested in their automobile are the happiest customers. Why? Because they're not breaking down. They're not inconvenienced. They don't think they drive something that's not a great product. But if we're not advising and we're not holding our people accountable to a scoreboard, then we really need to look at that, because we can make incremental improvement for just making some simple things. And thank you, Shon. That was an excellent point that you made.
Absolutely, John and Shon. Thank you so much. Those are great points. The why. Why are they here? Why? What do they want to accomplish? So, Sarah, you know more about horses than anyone. When you get in and you see some of these horses in the dealership and you find out some are maybe mules, is it part of what you do to help the owner or the management realize that they may have the wrong horse in the race and they may need to change the saddle up to a different animal?
Well, yes. I mean, absolutely. I love that analogy for a couple of reasons. So, it's no secret to anybody that follows my stuff and follows my personal life that I am also an equestrian, in addition to being mom and everything else probably in my household. So, but the one thing that really is fascinating about horses. So you think about race horses, and I have an off the track thoroughbred, and he is a fine-tuned performance machine. He is super fast. He has a lot of technical buttons that can be pushed, and you can find yourself into some very interesting situations rather quickly. But one of the things about horses, so you would think about your organization at large, oftentimes it's really, really easy for us to go, okay, well, I know my horse needs work. He feels like he's tracking left a little off. I'm going to do more canter work to help him overcome that. Well, that canter work might be working to help accomplish certain things, but it doesn't address the root problem of what's going on. And so in your organization, sometimes when you do go ask your team for feedback, you might get an answer that is like, oh, okay, well, no, everything's fine. I'm good. Nope, love it here. Everything's great. But there's something underneath the current that you don't see that's actually causing some frustration or some different things in your organization. And so with horses, sometimes they go lame. Sometimes there's issues going on, and it could be a nerve injury. It could be something like a cut. There's all kinds of different things that you have to interpret, and the horse can't tell you what's wrong. And so you have to be able to trust somebody's outside opinion and somebody's outside advice, like a veterinarian or a trainer, to help you make the right decisions to keep your horse in the best health possible. And so thinking about that in your dealerships and with your organization, you know, John and Shon, everybody had great points talking about growing and motivating your people. Well, I'm going to throw a number out there too. So if you don't retain your people to 3+ years in your organization, that's $650,000 lost in dealership gross profit. There, we have data with our company behind that number. Then we survey 95,000 dealership employees across North America every year. And so what's really powerful about that is when we look at the entire ecosystem, we might be coming in and going, okay, we're going to do BDC training. Well, if there's this whole perception that the BDC is incompetent, or that the technicians aren't happy because they don't like Saturday hours, or they're not happy because they're open on Sunday, or whatever, there's no air conditioning in the shop. If there's all these other things that are happening in the background, that's going to disable your other departments from being successful. And so with your analogy, Ron, I would challenge everybody in looking at the organization, having your one-on-ones, having your scorecard, having all of these pieces together. Make sure that you also have a component where you really are getting an outside opinion and an outside point of view to understand what's going on across your entire dealership.
Great point, Sarah. Thank you so much. That you really took that point right to heart, and it is so true, right? I mean, you got to find out, really get down and find out why aren't they producing, or why aren't they achieving the objectives that you've set out for them? And sometimes they just can't tell you, right? That it's no different than an animal, right? They just can't communicate and give you the words to express what's going on. Hey, Ted, you've been listening in on all this?
And taking notes, Ron, and so many great takeaways, including that one we just heard from Sarah. Sarah, that's right on, spot on. So thank you for that. Ron, a lot of talent and a lot of experience here, and a lot of foresight looking into the new year as well.
Well, thank you, Ted. You know what, I've said this before, but you know, the easiest way to look good is surround yourself with pretty people. And you know, the way to look smart is to surround yourself with smart people. You know, so I think we've done both of that here today. So it's been fun, and we really enjoyed it.
And I don't know about you, Ron, but I am personally so proud of everybody on here on this panel and all they've accomplished. Certainly, we've got the newest cover on Fixed Ops magazine, Sir Shon Kingrey, which is out now. So be sure, everybody, fixedopsmag.com. Visit the website, read that article from Shon, the process agent, very well deserving. I want to thank Shon Kingrey. John Fairchild, amazing. Wow, John Fairchild, just 100% and then some. So, you know, so pleased with everything that you're doing for the industry. So couldn't be
Thanks
more.
for having me, Ron.
Yeah, great
Thank
stuff.
you, John, for joining in. You contributed so much. Thank you.
Ed Roberts, thank you for all you do for our industry. Sarah Vantine, wow, another amazing year. So thank you, Sarah. We've learned a lot from all of you. Scott Gregg, great stuff, great material. Thank you so much, Scott, for all you do. And of course, Tully Williams at the Nilo Company. So thank you, Tully. And Ron, no better place than Fixed Ops Magazine to learn about all this. And I know if you haven't already subscribed, it's pretty easy on fixedopsmag.com to do that.
It really is. And thank you, folks. You know, it's probably the greatest bargain in the world, right? Because it's free to subscribe. So for those that haven't, you know, go to fixedopsmag.com and just pop in your information, and son of a gun, it shows up at your door. I mean, it's an amazing thing these days. And, you know, thank you to all of our advertisers that'll make that possible. And they honestly, they want you to see their products, and they want you to see them in a positive light. I spend hours talking to people who are thinking about advertising, not to just take their money as an ad, but find out what their product is and does it really make sense for the industry. And so many of them, you know, they really have some amazing things. So take the time to look through the magazine, and you're going to get something out of each and every issue, I'm sure.
And Ron, thank you for all you do for our industry as well. And congratulations to you, Ron. Ron Over is the publisher, the source now, the only source at Fixed Ops Magazine. So congratulations to you for all you do. So.
Well, thank you. You know, we've made it 20 years. This January issue is our 20-1, our 20th issue or 20th year of being in business. So that says we got to be doing something close to right. You know, it's fun.
Ron Over is the publisher at Fixed Ops Magazine and the A-list panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their fixed ops departments? You know, their service, parts, and body shop. For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com, 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
My name's Jonathan Anderson. I'm the Fixed Operations Director for the Meade Lexus stores in Michigan. I would say you're going to want to choose BG for multiple reasons. BG offers great support. The other thing is they're the best product on the market. And since we've used them, we've increased our gross profit in maintenance on additives from 15,000 gross profit to about 75,000 gross profit a month. So the difference in using the Smart VMA tool with the help and support of BG is huge. One of the Lexus stores was using a competitor. The other Lexus store was using BG products. BG had a lot better support staff. They also had the Smart VMA tool, which we were able to use to give our customers options that worked best for them and their maintenance. And we were able to help use that tool to drill down into the pricing that we wanted for those menus. The store that was using BG products was getting an awesome amount of support from BG. The product was a better product, and we had the Smart VMA tool, which is a game changer. The biggest challenge that Smart VMA helps solve in our service department, having multiple stores, when a customer called for maintenance quotes, the stores were giving different estimates. Now that we use that Smart VMA tool in all of our stores, when a customer calls, they're always getting quoted from that menu and getting quoted the same price. Smart VMA menus have been a huge part of the success of increasing our revenue. It really comes down to building the menu properly and providing options for the customers, getting the advisors to use it and buy in. And in partnering with BG, they come in and do the training. They work with the management team to make sure the pricing structure is correct, to make sure that you build in the effective labor rate into the menu that you want to see. And it really helps increase your hours per RO as well. You have 3 different options, a good, better, best option, and the advisor can present the menu and say, thank you for coming in today. We're here for your maintenance. Would you like this option, good, better, best? And the customer can choose which option works best for them. Every option has something built in and the value that they provide with their guarantees, the superior products to other products on the market. It's a win-win.
In the future, we'll document scanning for dealerships. Oh wait, that's now! Here to tell us all about it are Cesar Augustus, Ed Roberts, and Tully Williams.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the A team on dealer scanning in 2023. Want to introduce everybody to the pillars of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. They are Cesar Augustus of Dealer Scanning, Tully Williams of the Nilo Company, and Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
Thanks, Ted. Good to see you, Tully and Ed.
Yes.
Cesar, we have two dealers here today, good colleagues, good friends, who've been scanning for a long, long time. So I thought I would start out by asking them a little bit about their experience in scanning. And Tully, if it's okay, I'll come over to you because we had this little discussion in the green room before we got started about the importance of scanning those documents.
It is amazing. It is mind-boggling that Cesar said that there's dealerships out there that are not scanning today. I have been scanning probably 20 years. You know, the issue is going to be is that why do we scan? One is that we have access to our records today, now, tied to the customer. We can go in, we can look at it instantly. Two, the service providers and technicians have access to files now, not waiting. As we sell hours and we're repeat and referral business, we need access to those files instantly, not like, okay, I'll go find that file. And third, one of the most important is the relationship with your OEM. When they have audits, which are going to happen, not because they're bad or good, because they're standard audits. An audit with a digital scanning jacket makes your life so much easier and the trust with them as well. So if you're not scanning today, I just don't know what to say. It is almost, I am speechless when it comes to this.
Ed, you've got a little experience about that, and we talked about it recently with Cesar as well.
Absolutely. We've been scanning for not quite as long as Tully. We've been scanning for just over 10 years here now. And it is the efficiency part of it. I mean, everybody can have access to it. You don't have to worry about whether it got fouled or it got refouled when somebody else looked at it, or if you need it for an audit, or if you need it for service documentation or whatever, or heck, hopefully not to go to court. But if you don't have those things, you're guilty until you can prove otherwise, and you got to be able to put your hands on it. And when you scan it, it's accessible for everybody. It's accessible for everybody in the store. Bob could have went and drew it out of the file closet, have it on his desk because he needs to have a meeting with everybody. Somebody else is back there looking for it. You're losing efficiency in doing those things. And don't think for a minute that they don't happen. But more so than that, that's considering that the file room is maintained properly. A lot of times these file rooms, because we don't think we need that stuff, we got to hang on to it because it's required, it gets shoved all over the place. Cesar, I'm sure you've seen all kinds of places where documents are stored.
You'll be amazed, and I agree totally. It's amazing that in 2023 we still find dealerships that are filing these ROs, and given the new digital world and the safeguard rules that are coming, being implemented now in June, you're no longer able to stuff papers around the dealership, right? It's a security liability, and your dealer can be fined thousands of dollars. It just makes it's a no-brainer, right? We're all amazed that about 40% of the dealers are still paper filing, but we're helping lots of dealers out there.
Cesar, Ed, and Tully mentioned the file room. That's if there is a file room. You've seen, as Ed just said, a lot of circumstances where those files are kept in all different variety of places.
Yeah, and new buildings, obviously we know dealerships are moving to new building, new locations. New architects don't build a file room. So and you can bring that stuff along, and you don't want to wait until you move to a new building to to start scanning. It obviously makes no sense to do that. The impact on your techs, believe it or not, techs love our system because they don't have to now wait to look at an old RO. Remember, a lot of these techs are also, some techs, depending on the DMS, they're writing notes on these ROs, right?
Right.
And they're making a quote or a suggestion handwritten on an RO that gets filed and then gets misfiled, and then a customer comes back 6 months later to look at what was the recommendation. You can never find it, or it took you an hour to find. Now, when the document's scanned front and back, the tech just goes up, types in the RO number, and all the information is there. Totally talked about that. That's just your techs. Imagine your service advisors. He needs to look at a note from a service from a tech writer, and everything's there. So it just makes it so much easier for everyone.
Tully, we recently did a panel discussion. I believe, Ed, you were very much a part of that. And we had the head of cybersecurity at one of the large DMS companies talking about how they are building now a cyber headquarters to be able to serve their dealers. This is one of the largest of its kind companies in the United States. And Tully, that Safeguard Act that Cesar mentioned got pushed back a little bit until June. But one of the requirements there, Tully, is that the dealership has to have one person who's responsible for implementing those safeguards at the dealership. And there's protocols that have to be written, Tully, at the dealership. And I don't understand that if you have a paper scanning or non-scanning system, how that's going to comply in any way.
You know, I am from California, so we've been doing this for a while. So there's a lot of the safeguard rules have been in fact intact in California. And I think that it actually forced a lot of people in California to realize, hey, those are records that must be secure. And it was interesting that Cesar talked about when they build new buildings, they don't build file rooms anymore. You're absolutely correct. But what is really kind of cool when you do convert over is the file room now turns into an office or a break room or something that is a positive to your store. And what we've seen in stores that we have break rooms, we have file rooms, and they're close to the service drive, that turns into a BDC room or an extra room for a call center or a tech room or a warranty admin gets a big, huge office, God bless her. So things like that are a huge deal. You know, and another thing I think when you look at scanning is that when a customer calls up and says, you know, I was there blank years ago or months ago or even days ago, and there was a question, or can you send me that inspection form? Here's what happens when you don't have a file room. Well, can I get your VIN? I don't know what that is. Well, let me go out and get it for you. Let me write your phone number down. After a half an hour of decoding what the customer asked for, then you say, I will call you back probably tomorrow. But that doesn't work if we're in the repeat and referral business. What we do is we say, hold on, Mr. Customer, click, click, click. You know, here's it is. Let me just email it to you as we speak, and I will be more than happy to go over it with you on the phone as we're speaking today. Now that is customer service. That is why you need scanning.
The efficiencies that you're talking about, Tully, I mean, if you put a dollar amount to that, you can't even imagine what those numbers would be. And I'm sure Cesar has heard all kinds of different reasons and objections, you know, for why not now or why not today. But Tully, here in January of 2023, no reason not to be scanning.
One customer defects will probably pay for scanning for a lifetime. One customer, which means how many car deals, how many family members and friends are not going to come back because of one customer saying, I can't get the file for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Customer, or whatever it is. One customer can pay for scanning for a lifetime when you look at the total value of a customer.
Ed, that is the right way to look at it.
Absolutely. And Tully talked about some efficiencies, but let's talk about some transparencies. The customer comes in, whether it's when you buy a vehicle or when you service a vehicle, and there's a WEO on it or there's a inspection on it, and we've gave a customer a price for whatever it may be. Now they call in, nobody has access to it. Maybe they can go pull it out of the file room, but they got somebody on the phone. They got to give them an answer. We end up recalculating it, give them a different quote than what we gave them the last time. And where does that go? If it's there, then everybody has access to it, and it's consistency. But so it's transparent, ties in with efficiencies. And like you said, Ted, you really can't measure that level of efficiency because it just keeps right on moving, and you're not losing those customers because it's a consistent story each time you talk to them.
And Ed, you mentioned the T word, transparency, as well. That's another issue here that's super important with being able to scan all of those documents internally at the dealership, Ed.
Absolutely. And the manufacturer wants to come in and look at stuff, whether it's a quality concern or whatever as well. And they want to see the documents as the tech left it. And they want to have all those notes. But also when the tech's coming behind another one, we need to see those notes that the last tech put in there so that we don't start at a baseline again. Maybe we went the wrong direction last time, but now we got the information to go with rather than just see the part number. So it's transparent for everybody.
Cesar, go ahead, Tully.
Ed had a great point with that one, especially when it comes to technicians, is that if you have a problem car, which, it happens so often, is that the technician might have information that the factory's requirement. Is it a bulletin? Is it a secret bulletin? Is it whatever it is? All of that can be attached to the repair order. So it might be a book, but a book is great when you have to justify yourself to an OEM, or an OEM is trying to justify, how do we fix this car? And you can say, here is what the technician did. Here's what you said. I'm sorry, it's 40 pieces of paper, but you have everything that happened during that repair. And that is a huge, huge deal.
Cesar?
I wish I could take Ed and Tully on the road to talk to GMs and owners, because there's a disconnect with some groups and some old school dealers that still want to have the paper, but the world has changed, right? The efficiencies and the transparency, it's hard to quantify how much money you're really saving the dealer. Just a file room, right? Just the money you're spending to maintain that file room. And when people take an hour, when a person takes an hour to go find a document, how much do you pay that person for that hour? And you multiply that times 10 times a week. Or when a warranty audit comes in and you don't find the documents, how many thousands of dollars does that cost you? You don't want to be late and calling me after you've gotten the $70,000 ding on the warranty audit. So it makes all the sense. It's great to just hear experience superstars like Tully and Ed to tell us exactly how he benefits. I mean, it's the truth.
Cesar, I think there's probably some new math out there. We could probably put a dollar amount, for every customer, for every service and sales customer and every RO. And we could probably put that right on your website and show how much you actually saved your clients this past year, this past month, this past week. Now, you shared a video with us. I want to show the audience on a file arrangement at a dealership. And if it's okay, I'm going to show that to the group.
Before you do that, Ted. So this client was looking at scanning for 10 years, and to the cost of this, they thought that it was too expensive. And it depends on the solution that you're looking for, because one way is having people come in and scan it. Another way is to have people come in and take the files. Well, that's very expensive. So when we come with our offer, which is $500 a month, you don't have to buy any equipment, unlimited scanning, which is more than any of our competitors. And then the customer service that comes along, people don't believe that we are this affordable. I've gone into dealerships, Lexus dealerships, Mercedes dealerships, and believe it or not, they think that we're a fluke because the pricing doesn't match to what we offer. So they're telling us essentially that we should charge more, but we want to have a long-term relationship. That's where we make the money in the back end, and we provide nothing but great customer service. But yeah, what you're about to show is what a client that was looking for scanning for 10 years.
Tully, Cesar's in the repeat and referral business. Here's that video.
So this is the problem that we're solving. Here's this dealership storing the repair orders outside in the service shop. So not the safest place, not the best place, not the most efficient place. But this is how some dealerships store their repair orders. Imagine trying to find a repair order in this setting or a warranty audit. Imagine. Let me show you how we help this dealer.
Cesar, I'm curious. Does that guy still have a flip phone? Does the dealer there still have a flip phone? or a big old giant yellow page phone book sitting behind on his credenza there?
That's
it's trust. And you guys know in this business, trust is a major issue. You want to trust your vendors, and you guys are trusting us with your customer information and making sure that it's secure. And, I'm not going to go into details about security because that's how you get hacked. But we have an extensive secure system in place. Everything's stored and encrypted. Your dealership is the only that have access to it. We're backed up in 3 different locations around the United States. So we're taking care of your data more than any small dealer or any dealer could take care of, because that's not what their expertise is. You guys' job is to sell cars, not shuffle paper around and
sell hours.
Exactly. And they delegate that task to us, and we take it very serious, and we give you peace of mind. So that's Tully can sell more hours.
Amen, brother.
Cesar, big upfront fee to get started with dealer scanning?
Absolutely not. It's just a $500 a month, $500 installation, unlimited scanning. We don't. If your business grows, we don't charge you more. It's a great deal. We've been in business for over 10 years. We've never raised our price, which is kind of interesting, and we don't look forward to do that. We have some long-standing relationships, and we just want to do the right thing. We come from the JM family world, JM Lexus world. We learned some good things down there.
You don't talk about that enough. I know we did a panel once, and we had JM Lexus, the largest in the world, on there. But, you've got those retail roots. Everybody that you see here today on this panel has been on the cover of Fixed Ops magazine, and that's no easy feat, all right, to do that. Cesar, it's extremely affordable. Ed, I can't see how somebody in 2023 can continue to wait any longer to start scanning.
I was just sitting here thinking that we're in January of 2023 and we're still trying to convince people that they need to be scanning. We need to pick up the phone, we need to call Cesar, we need to get the ball rolling, because it is efficient, it is transparent, and it's available for everybody. We don't have to worry about it being misfiled or not refiled or not available at all. We got to catch up with the times.
Tully, any last words, and then I'll bring it home with Cesar.
One thing it did about that video, which really strikes my interest, is why is it in the shop? You know why? So the technicians can probably go find their own videos. I was just thinking about how many tenths does it take a technician to find a video? Times that by your parts and labor gross profit, and you'll find out that you will pay for it in probably a day or a week that will pay this $500, which is a monumental small number to happen. So I think that when you sit there and look at, is it really expensive? How can you afford not to be scanning when you're talking about efficiency for technicians, efficiency for your service advisors to spend more quality time with customers, and have quality time with your customers if you need to find back information? There is no reason why you would not be scanning today in 2023, like Ed said.
Cesar, if I'm a manager watching today, is it difficult to get started? Walk me through that, because I've been on paper this whole time. How do we get started with dealer scanning? How do you do it?
It's very easy. Just go to our website, give us a call. We basically give you the scanning station where you see behind me for 2 months for free, no cost. We'll send someone out there to do the install and train. There's no better way to know what you're getting, but you will give you the take it home for the weekend type approach, but you get 2 months free. No cost, no commitment. That's really the best way you can get going. And give us a call or email us, go to our website.
Cesar, I've been in dealerships doing training, and I've bumped into you doing an install for dealer scanning at the same time I was there. And is it difficult? I mean, I know the answer to this, but is it difficult to teach those employees how to use the new scanning?
No. And I love going out to the dealers. People ask me, why do you come here? Why can't you just do this remotely? And in the new world, everything's digital, everything's through Zoom, but you can't lose that face-to-face, that customer touch. So I love going out there and touching base and teaching people, and you just build that relationship. That's why we have the clients we have. You get to know people. You press a button and it scans. It's as simple as that.
Everybody, Cesar Augustus, one of the founding members of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, with us from the very beginning at the very first roundtable in New York City in May 2019, has a company called dealerscanning.com. We encourage our audience to join the many Fixed Ops Roundtable dealers who are taking advantage of the efficiencies, the affordability of dealer scanning, and to get on board. Here we just heard from the best of the best, Tully Williams and Ed Roberts. Cesar, give us that URL again and how they can reach you.
So yeah, dealerscanning.com, or you go to Google and type repair order scanning. We're there. We're all over the place.
All right. Cool. Everybody. Hey, thank you so much. I look forward to not having to encourage dealers to do this when they're all, on your system, Cesar, and probably not only the most efficient, but most affordable one out there. And amazing how you've done that.
Thank you, Ted and Ed, Tully. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, man. It's an honor just to be on here with you guys, and Ted, always for your support. Wish you guys a happy new year. Stay healthy, stay focused, stay disciplined, man. This is going to be an amazing year.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Everybody, Tully Williams, Ed Roberts, Cesar Augustus from Dealer Scanning with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
This is our scanning system, which consists of a touchscreen computer and a 60-page per minute duplex scanner. I am going to show you how to scan a typical repair order. Bring up our dealer scanning application. Click on Repair Orders. Place the repair order in the scanner and click on the Scan Repair Order. This will start the scanning process, which will scan all pages front and back and automatically read the repair order number. After scanning is complete, the repair order number will be shown on the screen. For this example, the repair order number is 995957. You can now confirm that the repair order number matches the number on the screen. Then click OK, which converts the scanned pages into a PDF document and saves them into the system. To view the scanned pages, simply click on the View button, which will bring up the repair order where you can easily view and navigate all the scanned pages. You also have the ability to scan small items like battery test printouts or service coupons. Simply load the small items into the scanner and click the Scan Other Items button, and they will be scanned and added to the existing repair order. You can view the scanned items by clicking the View button where you can see the items at the bottom of the PDF document. It is simple. Now, I am going to show you how service advisors, accounting, warranty administrators, parts department, and technicians can easily retrieve the scanned repair orders. Each person will have the repair order viewer on their computer, which allows them to look up repair orders by repair order number, VIN number, or customer name. For this example, we will use the repair order we just scanned, which is 995957. Click Search. The scanned record will be shown, and by clicking on the scanned date, you can see the contents of the scanned repair order. Here, users can print or download or email the repair order document. It is simple. How much does this cost? You don't need to contact us or email us for a quote. We'll give it to you right now. $500 installation fee. $500 monthly service fee per unit. Unlimited scanning. No long-term contract, just month to month. Dealer Scanning. Organize your dealership documents, saving time, space, and money.
Here to introduce us to Kelley Blue Book's service advisor is Juan Flores.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. 2023 is shaping up to be a year like no other, and what a great focus on service and transparency. We want to welcome now to the conference Juan Flores, who is the Senior Director of Product Management at KBB, Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor. Juan, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you for having us.
Juan, great honor to have you. Talk to us a little bit today. Why is right now, the critical time for us to focus on service?
I think it's a perfect time as we've had a little bit of recalibration out on the new car sales marketplace, right? We have a year-over-year SAR that's down, and I think that's expected. We also have some shifting in average transaction prices of vehicles. And I think as interest rates are rising, as used car inventories are going to begin to flood the market because default rates are going up, this is a perfect time for the dealership to diversify their profit portfolio, not their revenue portfolio, but their profit portfolio And they always do a great job of emphasizing fixed ops, but this is a great time to double down on fixed ops because of the recalibration that's happening on the new car and used car side.
You're right. There is a recalibration, and I guess those are some of the the macroeconomic trends that are facing our dealer body today.
I don't think people realize to the extent that these a couple of these indicators, like an increase in default rate, 90-day default rate payments are up by 50%. You also have an increase in credit card usage, so debt levels are going up for your average consumer. And this conversation, Ted, probably is not going to apply to many of the high luxury end dealerships, but for the rest of the dealers, you end up, your customer base ends up with a higher credit card balance, then that's going to have an impact on what their average monthly payment can be. They may just decide to hold on to their vehicle instead. So these are going to have cascading impacts. And I think that the dealers are mindful of that but probably aren't aware of how much of an issue this might be to them.
Juan, I saw some studies last year about customers holding onto their cars a lot longer, and you can probably tell us how long are people holding onto their cars, and should that shift the dealership's focus?
I mean, we know that the average age of the vehicle out on the road is over 11 years, and we know that the length of terms, right? We were all so excited 3 or 4 years ago that the length of terms were 60 months and 72 months, and sometimes it's 84 months. You're like thinking, oh my God, what is going on here? So yeah, the average length of term is in excess of 60 months. And so what you see is that consumers are not returning to the dealership as often. Obviously, this does not apply to your lease customer, but customers on your retail side are not returning back to the dealership as often to purchase a new vehicle. So what happens in that case, Ted, is that if I'm only going to go to the dealership every 5 years, every 6 years, every 7 years, I want to make sure that the dealership is retaining that customer, and so that's a big issue. That's a big issue that's happening out at the dealerships today, and I can get into that a little bit.
I like it. KBB, Kelley Blue Book, is a trusted source, one that's been around for a long time. Consumers trust it. Dealer personnel trust it. I saw a recent Cox study, Juan, that 50% of a dealership's profits come in through fixed ops and service centers. That's incredible. What shifts should we be making as dealers to align with those potential revenue opportunities? And maybe what are some of those opportunities?
Yeah, some of these shifts, and I have some dealer friends, right? I have dealer friends on my digital Rolodex here. And not only are they intelligent and they're fascinating business men and women, but sometimes they could be a little bit stubborn. And I mean that respectfully. And what I mean by that, Ted, is we were also reluctant to drive transparency on new car, used car listings 20 years ago. Like, oh, yes. No, call the dealership to get a price. Well, guess what? That behavior changed completely, and the consumer expectation changed completely. So now what you see here is the consumer also expects pricing transparency on the fixed ops side. And when they don't have it, guess what? The 75% of their customers are defecting to your Valvolines, to your Jiffy Lubes, to your TED Auto Shop services because they feel that the dealership is more expensive. And guess what Cox Automotive has identified through research of over 200 million ROs is that in some instances, the dealerships are not more expensive. But so there's this perception issue that the dealership is more expensive. So you have your average customer defects after 5 years of service and leaves. So you've lost your consumer pipeline for a brand new, new or used vehicle. So that's where I think a slight mind shift needs to take place to double down on fixed operations, not only from a transparency perspective, Ted, but from a trying to retain those customers before they defect.
What great points, Juan. The whole expectation of all of us, right? We're consumers, has changed dramatically, especially in the last 2 or 3 years. You can't imagine going to an Amazon and, having to call for the price. And you're right. It started in the variable side. We've seen it on the F&I side. And now that is taking place on the service side, and transparency is really important. And I know that dealerships need tools to help them provide that transparency. What are some of today's Juan, consumer pain points, and what does the data tell us about what they're looking for when it comes to scheduling that service work or the pricing transparency?
Yeah, what consumers are looking for, and you mentioned that earlier, and it's the T word. They're looking for transparency.
Yeah.
They're not looking for the least expensive. They just want to get a sense for what is fair, right? Whether you're a near luxury customer or whether you're an average vehicle, right? Whether a domestic import, when you walk into the dealership and the service manager slides that estimated invoice over, you don't know if it's $200 or $900.
No.
That information should be set up before the owner walks into the dealership. And let me stop by saying, Ted, there are some dealerships that are already doing this, and they're doing a fantastic job. At the time that you schedule an online appointment, they're telling you exactly what you can expect. And for those progressive dealers, I applaud them, we applaud them, and I suspect that they're doing a great job of retaining their customers. But what the research is telling us is that when you don't provide pricing transparency on the fixed op side to your vehicle owners, you're going to lose them. And guess what you're going to do? You're going to lose them either to another franchise, or you're going to lose them to your average, fast loop location down the street.
And you're so right. And our audience is aware, that those mass merchandisers, the lion's share of the market they've been getting. Can you name some companies or a company that is getting it right in terms of, the transparency that you're discussing?
Yeah, one of the things that we do, since I'm in traditional product, one of the things that we do, I'm allowed to go out and really be, a tester of different products and services. So that's what I did. I went out and I tried some services, and I challenge any of your service directors that are on this call. I would even challenge any of your dealer principals that are on this on this meeting. Go out to Valvoline. I challenge you to go out to Valvoline and get a sense for how it is that they're doing it. And it's very minor things that they're doing, but the expectations that they're setting with the user all the way through are really fantastic. And it's an expectation. You can argue that they're not ASC certified or don't have the expertise for that particular franchise or vehicle. I get it, right? I'm not trying to throw the franchise dealership under the bus or the Valvolines or Jiffy Lubes under the bus, but I'm suggesting they have it figured out. And I tell my daughter, it's like, just go to some of these fast food. Sorry, I'm not hungry, Ted. Just go to some of these fast lube places and go see exactly what that service looks like.
We're talking today to Juan Flores. He is the Senior Director of Product Management at Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor, KBB. Our audience is very familiar with the Cox Automotive tools. Most of our audience, Juan, we use those tools, throughout the day. And Kelley Blue Book, KBB, is a trusted source for transparency for not just consumers, but for dealer people as well. Let's talk a little bit, Juan, about trade evaluations and trade-ins, because that's become a big part of the picture, especially the last couple of years with different valuations, high and low now. What are some of the challenges on the inventory side? And service centers are seeing, more activities in terms of more opportunities and things that we could take advantage of, let's say, perhaps with a price walk and so on.
Yeah, I mean, I ran the valuation team at Kelley Blue Book for 6 years, and then was also lucky enough to work with the trade-in marketplace and the migration over to ICO, what today is. And the reason that is successful, and the reason CarMax is successful, and the AccuTrades of the world, why they're successful, is because they've provided a transparency process. And I know dealers don't like the P word. They've provided a transparency process to allow the dealership to walk the customer through the trade-in valuation walk. And in most instances, what you realize is that the vehicle owner will actually discount the vehicle themselves. Be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that, right? CarMax does a great job of doing that. Obviously, Kelley Blue Book ICO dealers do a fantastic job of doing that. So when you think about what Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor is doing, we're doing the same thing. We're providing a process and a tool that allows the service manager to do a service walk around. Be like, oh yeah, this particular vehicle needs these types of services. Well, the pricing is going to be established via fair tools like Kelley Blue Book being a third-party objective. And one quick thing about this, the same rigor that Kelley Blue Book uses on the trade-in valuation side is the same rigor that Kelley Blue Book uses on establishing the fair repair range on the service side. We have, obviously, Cox Automotive has a significant amount of data, and that's what statisticians want. Statisticians want data, and that's what Cox Automotive can deliver. So the same methodology that exists on the trade-in valuation side is what Kelley Blue Book is using on the fixed op side.
And consumers trust that KBB. They see that logo. I see it all the time when I go into my local service center. So, Juan, that makes a lot of sense. Let's talk a little bit about warranty work. Go ahead.
I was just going to add, we just launched a beta. We have a syndicated widget that now can get installed onto the dealership's website. We launched it with 10 dealers right before the holidays. We had some hand raisers. And so what you find, and you know how to get to the service page on the dealership. It's kind of, sometimes it's hidden. You have to go down and then you find it. Well, guess what? And that's okay. I understand. We all understand why it's that set up that way. Dealership website audience found the KBB syndicated fair repair range on the dealership's website and is referencing it. So this will be available. I'll be at NADA on the floor, and we'll be driving this feature that will be available to dealers. So either we can route our audience from KBB.com over to the dealership website, which Cox Automotive has been doing a fantastic job forever, or they can be a partner and they can have this fair repair range that already kind of exists on their VDPs, but it's fixed ops that they can have installed on their website anywhere they like. But yeah, this tool is now syndicatable and the dealership can have it, right?
And I just learned we can look for you at NADA later this week on the floor. So
yep, absolutely. I'll be at NADA, so looking forward to that.
I wanted to ask you one more question about warranty work, because it comes up a lot here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. How can warranty work help dealers build a customer pipeline that will eventually deepen loyalty? What do you think?
Ted, thanks for asking that question. When we launched Service Advisor, we had all this emphasis on pricing for fixed ops transparency, and then we had a recall check on the page. And guess what? We're averaging over 400,000 VINs that are being manually entered by our audience because they're looking for a recall. So what we're doing is we're driving a lot of warranty work to our Service Advisor dealers. And I've been talking to some dealers and they're like, Juan, I don't want any warranty work. I'm already backed up. But guess what? 65% of warranty work is accompanied with customer pay work. And what you then allow the dealership to do is regain that customer that they previously had lost. And I would say that because there's a reason why they came to us instead of reached out to the dealer to check for a recall. If we know that warranty work is accompanied with customer pay, here's a chance to regain it, and then you build a sales pipeline. I go back to the idea of the dealership needs to diversify their how they engage and attract consumers, those that they've lost, and then those that they have today. So warranty pay is a great opportunity that we continue to drive a lot of audience into the dealerships, specifically from that particular feature on our site.
So Juan, I'm one of those customers who's entered their VIN number on the KBBs, and I've done it a couple times. Okay,
sure.
In the last year or longer. All right. In fact, my daughter, who just turned 21, she just graduated college, had a question, and I had her do the same thing. Okay, and what a great, again, that word, transparent tool for the customer and a trusted tool. And why not have our dealer audience also take advantage of those tools as well? On their side of the equation.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be such a major area of focus for KBB.com. And for the very first time, if you go to KBB.com, there's always been 2 buttons, and that was like sacrilegious to ever ask for a third button to be placed. Yes. we would go to leadership at KBB, like, can we please get the 3 buttons? They're like, no.
Oh wow.
We just added a third button, Ted. If you go to KBB.com, there's a third button. Price my current car, look at new car, and then check for recall. That's how much of an engagement tool it is. And that's how much KBB audience is telling us that they don't know anything about recall. They don't know how to handle this.
Sure.
Because, and no disrespect to the OEMs or dealers, it is such a confusing area for the consumer, and they're coming to us because we're a trusted third party. What we want to do, Ted, is take that warranty customer and drive them over to your local franchise.
I love it. And you're right. Recalls are in the news all the time, right? And we don't know. We're busy, right? We don't. Is there a recall on our vehicle? What a great tool. Juan Flores, everybody. He's here today from KBB. He's the Senior Director of Product Management. Reach out to Juan. Juan, if our audience wants to learn more, you mentioned we could meet with you, see you at NADA later in the week. Also, on the website as well, I imagine we can get more information on the product, or perhaps even from our folks, our product managers, such as yourself at Cox Automotive.
Yeah, absolutely. They can. I'm happy to connect with them at NADA. We also have a dealer site. It's called b2b.kbb.com, and we have all of the features and tools that are available there under Service Advisor. Great,
fantastic information. Juan, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community and Roundtable, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having Kelley Blue Book, Ted. Appreciate it.
Juan Flores, everybody, here from Kelley Blue Book, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Stop letting profits drive out of your service bay. Partner with Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor. Dealers need service revenue to stay profitable, but with the majority of consumers defecting from their dealer service bays by the 5th year of ownership, dealers aren't just losing that revenue, but also a chance to influence the next purchase. And as vehicles become increasingly complex, consumers need service and repair guidance now more than ever. Enter Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor, where consumers search for the information they need, trusting they can find the right repair partner for a fair price. Partnering with Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor gives you a true competitive advantage because millions of consumers a month come to kbb.com looking for service and repair help. That's millions of chances for people in your area to find your service center and schedule an appointment then and there. On top of that, you're reaping the rewards of associating with the #1 most trusted third-party automotive brand, Kelley Blue Book. So let's join forces today. Partner with Kelley Blue Book Service Advisor and turn your service center into a profit center.
Howdy, partners. Pull your reins back and take a moment to vote for the Best Practice Awards by scanning the QR code on your screen. The Best Practice Awards will be announced at the end of day 4. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and brightest speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Our next speaker is the king of the wild frontier. Please welcome David Boyle.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. David Boyle is the president and CEO of TRAXTION, a huge name in fixed operations and a great friend of the retail community. Dave, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted, good to see you. How have you been?
Good to see you. I'm fine. And, here we are already coming to the end of January and a lot happening, my friend, in our industry. And by the way, I want to thank you for all that you do. Your products and your focus, Dave, on tires and alignments is second to none. And congratulations to you on the success you and the team are having.
Thank you. Well, that is a perfect segue actually into this presentation. You know, it's we're into a new year, we're into 2023, and I'm feeling a little spicy. I got to be honest with you. I took a few days over the break and took some downtime and got myself personally sort of recentered and refocused on this. And I gotta tell you, I come out of the new year there a month ago, and I'm fired up. I'm fired up to try to get more people to listen to the message that I have and a lot of the people that participate in your roundtable have on service departments. And that's really, what I want to talk to everybody about today is that, we've known each other, 5-6 years now, something like that, since the beginning of the roundtable.
Yeah.
And, I started this company about 10 years ago with my partner, and, our mission was to help dealers sell more tires. And I got to tell you, Ted, we probably could have picked just about anything would have been easier than this. I mean, this has been the toughest thing I've ever done in my career. And, it's really got nothing to do with, I don't believe it has anything to do, with our product and what we're trying to do. It has to do with what we're trying to get dealers to think about. Their service departments have been sort of the back of the house for years, as we all know. And tires have been at the bottom rung of that forever. And we're trying to, obviously, me and my sales team and everyone here at Traction is trying to get more and more people to talk about tires. And I was trying to figure out over the holiday break at the end of last year, I was trying to figure out, why is this so hard? Why am I struggling so much getting people to see what I think is something they should see and what I see? And I was spending some time on LinkedIn, and I'm going to go back and forth to some things that I did on LinkedIn. I did a couple of polls. I figured how to do that, which I was impressed over the break, and just was trying to get some conversations started. And one of the things that I believe I've learned, Ted, is that we really have a disparity in terms of the front and the back of the house still in our industry. And when it comes to service, and in specifically the stuff that we do here at Traction Tires, we really have one guy that cares and one guy that doesn't. The service manager cares in most cases, and I know I'm generalizing here, so please don't shoot millions of emails at me, folks, because I'm sure there's I know personally of several GMs that care. My good friend Brad Mugg and some of those folks that are sort of more enlightened, I think, about where the business is headed, certainly care about their service departments and care about tires. But I think it's a fairly general and accurate statement that most service managers get it, obviously, because it's their business, and most dealers and GMs still don't really want to focus on it. And I'm trying to figure out why, because that's the part I really struggle with every day is why don't they see what I think the rest of the industry sees, and certainly what their service manager sees, and what we see and what we promote. And if they really saw what they should see in all of this, tires and vehicle sales are connected. And this is, you've heard me say this on many of these presentations, and I think the challenge that most dealers and GMs have had, Ted, is they haven't connected those dots yet. They're hearing guys like me say it, and they think, well, this is just a sales pitch, right? I'm trying to sell them something, and that's true. I am, but the data is indisputable. I mean, it's that there is a direct link between selling more tires and specifically what the driver or service retention does, and selling more vehicles. And again, this is a slide that many have probably seen me use before in other presentations. This is hard. These are hard facts. This is data that can't be disputed. Like I said, dealers have a 10% market share, less than 10% market share of the tire replacement market. And it's been fairly stagnant for the better part of a decade. And it doesn't appear to be going anywhere fast, which means that 90% of the people that buy tires are buying it from someplace other than the dealer, obviously. And what NADA, and again, this is not my data, right? This data comes from the Tire Industry Association, and NADA has data and statistics that show that once they defect for whatever reason, and we know 90% of them are defecting for tires, but once they defect, about a third of them come back. So 2/3 of your customers, if you look at it that way, when they go for tires, are not coming back. The other slide that I've used in many of these presentations was this Cox Automotive study that was done, I think, a couple of years ago now. And I was so glad to see somebody actually spend some time and money on this, because this is where I think if most GMs and dealers really understood this the way they should, this is all they would need to know. And that's the fact that when they do defect, it has, from your service department, it has a direct link on whether or not you're likely going to sell them that next vehicle. And the Cox study made that sort of anecdotal thought that we always knew was true. It put some hard evidence around it that said that, you know, if they continue to service with you, and it specifically, as this slide shows, that if they've had at least one service visit in the 12 months prior to making the decision, they're 74% likely to buy a car from you.
Wow.
Conversely, if they haven't had a visit, you know, in that 12-month period, then they're not. Whoops, my slide has moved on me here. Then they're not likely to buy another vehicle from you, and they're going to start shopping around. Then, of course, we know what happens there. You know, everything. You know, we spend tons of money trying to get them back, and we spend marketing dollars trying to re-engage the consumer and all that kind of stuff, when all we would need to do is sell them, you know, tires and some of the service work that they need post warranty, and keep them coming back to the service department, and we would increase, you know, our likelihood of selling them a vehicle threefold. I recently, over the break, found another study that supports this as well. This one was in Forbes magazine, which is equally as powerful, and it shows that the study that they did, the consumers that they interviewed, said that 72% of consumers are using third-party mechanics for some or all of their vehicle service needs. Now, that obviously takes into consideration, you know, all mileage vehicles. But when you consider the penetration that we know dealers have during the warranty period, which is almost 100%, then that really says that almost everything after the warranty, with very, very small amounts, is going elsewhere. And I think the problem is, I think that dealers, you know, they see the work that they get and they see the traffic. And I think most GMs and most dealers that get out and they walk on their service drive, right, and they see cars and they get a good feeling about that. And their service manager says, yeah, we're going to be 3% better than we were last year. And that looks like growth, and everybody seems happy with that. But what could it be? You know, what could that really be? And, you know, the Forbes study shows that the vast majority of people, like I said, are not servicing with the dealer post warranty. And it also supported the Cox study that says that if they continue to service with you and are happy with their service experience, then they're 85% likely or it's going to have an 85% likelihood to have an impact on their ability to repurchase, or their likelihood, I should say, to repurchase from you again. So, you know, here's another study that's out there that, you know, from a credible source that is linking, you know, service and selling cars in a way that we've always known that we believe that this is true anecdotally, but it's sort of linking these two things together now with some hard facts. And if you really connect all the dots as I've done here now, it does, like I said in that first slide, connect those two dots, which is sell tires, which is the vast majority of where our defection is, sell the tire, keep them in the service department, sell them another car. It is really, you know, that simple from that perspective. And, you know, the last piece that I wanted to share on this, and this is data from me, okay? This is data that I found. So, you know, those others are sort of independent studies, but this is data from me. You know, the service business annually is a $500 billion a year business, and the dealers have about 25% of it, a little less than 25% of it. So if you're worried about some of the things that are on the horizon, and I'm going to talk about those in a few minutes, but if you're worried about some of the things that are on the horizon in our industry, and you're looking for, you know, where's the biggest opportunity that I can find to sort of grow my overall business, why would you look anywhere else other than here? You know, it's a massive opportunity which you've got tons of runway that left for the dealers to tap into. And it really is staggering when you think about how little of the service and repair business that dealers actually have when you compare that to the fact that dealers sell 80+% of the new and used vehicles out there. 100% of the new vehicles, obviously. But when you combine them, dealers sell about 80% of the vehicles on there, but yet they're only getting 25% of the service work. And if I was a dealer and I was thinking about the future of this business and some of the things that are likely going to impact my business, I would be looking for big swings like this, where I could say, look, how can I tap into this opportunity? because this really is where I think, the golden nugget lies, for dealers. Let's talk about some of those things that are potential headwind for the dealers. I mentioned that I was sort of, messing around on, LinkedIn during the Christmas break, a month and a half back there. And I was catching up with some people that I hadn't talked to in a while. One of the guys I follow is Big Jim here, the Alpha Dog. And I was looking at a post that he put, and I thought it was fantastic. I mean, I shared it with as many people as I could. And he put a poll out there, but he basically posed the question that said, build to order process, how's that working for you? And this is something that dealers, I think, need to be really worried about. We survived the chip shortage. We think we've survived the chip shortage. We've survived the vehicle shortage. Everybody you listen to says that there's either a recession, or somebody used the buzz phrase, a slow session coming, where things are going to slow really down this year. You've got EVs. You've got, I don't know why my slides keep advancing there. I apologize. We've got EVs. We've got the labor shortage, all the things. But I think one of the things that dealers need to be most concerned about, Ted, is this factory direct agency model that we know all of the OEs are looking at. And, there are some people out there with the conspiracy theories that believe that the whole chip shortage thing and the vehicle shortage thing is a test run. I'm not sure I believe that, but it certainly showed that there's an appetite for the consumer to order a vehicle and have it delivered. Now, how big of a leap is that from ordering a vehicle on the OEM website and then your dealer is just your delivery vehicle, your mechanism? That's where you go to pick up your car and they show you how to use everything. And that is the agency model that I believe everybody, is worried about right now and is coming. And, what does that mean for dealers in terms of their ability to generate revenue from, that side of the business. And I was crunching some numbers after I read Jim's post, and I was crunching some numbers. And one of the things that I came to realize, going back up to this slide here in terms of the opportunity, if dealers just grew their service business, I'm talking at a gross level now, at a gross profit level, if they just grew their service business by 20 or 30%, they could almost just break even on every vehicle they sold, not make a penny on any car they sold, and they would be probably in the same place. We all know that service, contributes, a lot of the gross anyway. And if you just grew that side of the business, and if we only have 25% of it today, the opportunity's there. If we grew that side of the business, well, then, we wouldn't need to worry as much about, am I going to be able to make any money selling cars in the future? So, these are the types of things that I saw people talking about on LinkedIn. And the thing that was most concerning to me, Ted, was the fact that in all of these conversations, and Jim had a long conversation going, and there was a bunch of GMs on there talking about, digital retailing. We got to do this and we got to do that. We got to do this. Nobody was talking about service. Nobody was talking about service. And I thought, something, in my almost 30 years now in this business, nothing has really changed. When we hunker down, right, we worry about, selling cars, when clearly the bigger opportunity for business growth and business stability is on the service side. And I think people see that, but yet when they get in the trenches, they go to what they know, which is selling cars. And I put a post out there to Jim's his LinkedIn post. I replied to it, and I basically asked the question. I said, why is no one talking about service? And there was a GM that I responded, and I won't name him, but he basically said that selling cars is sexy and service is not. And maybe that's true. I don't know. But what is even more sexy in my mind is making money, lots of it. And you can't dispute the fact that there's more money to be made right now, and there certainly will be more money to make for these guys in the future in service than there will be at selling cars.
Yes.
And they just need to wrap their heads around this. And I think that's the thing that has me most worried, is that people just aren't talking about this. After I saw Jim's post, I thought, well, I'm going to put my own out there. And I asked a series of questions on why dealers aren't selling more tires. And it really is the dealers. And the question I posed on LinkedIn was, what do does the average dealer spend on advertising and marketing per vehicle sold? And I literally got hundreds of responses, you know, and the numbers were all pretty much the same. Then I posed the second question, which was how much of that budget, how much of your marketing budget do you allocate for service retention spend? And it was crickets. And I expected that. And I was trying to make a point, obviously, because I don't think anybody really understands what service retention spend is. And I bet you most dealers, if you really push them in the corner, they would say, well, we're not spending anything on it. And again, you know, without going back up to the top slides, if you believe in those dots that I connected, wouldn't you be spending as much money as you could on service retention and on service retention spend? And I think this is the problem, right? This is where the disconnect comes, is that anecdotally they believe it, but they're not really taking any action. So what does that action look like? And that's really where I want to focus the last couple of slides here. You know, we need a new process. Dealers need a new process. The process that's been around for the last, 50 years when it comes to selling tires doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And I think the evidence is there in terms of the dealer's penetration. It's been 10% forever, and it's not getting any better. And what I mean by that specifically, and I'm going to get some people that are in the multi-point inspection business mad at me probably by saying this, but the multi-point inspection is just a lousy process for selling tires. And on the last roundtable, I offered everyone a white paper. I'll make that offer again. If anybody wants to read my white paper on that, I'm happy to share that with people. And it sort of digs into why the multi-point inspection is just not geared for selling tires. It's geared for selling lots of other stuff, but it will never be properly geared to sell tires. And the evidence is very, very clear on this. So you need a new process. And some of the pieces that start with this process is we need to change the consumer interaction. We need to be engaging the consumer differently than we are. And, these are some obviously some shameless plugs for our product, but it goes beyond just our product. It is a mindset. It is, we've got to look at doing things differently than we've done them traditionally in this space, if we believe in the power and the impact that they can have on our business. We need to be in the digital side of this business. We got to get out of the dark ages with papers and pencils and stuff like that. And we've got to use technology and tools in order to engage the consumer differently than we do today. We've got to support our people. Tools, the service advisors have virtually no tools when it comes to sell tires. And if you don't believe me, call a local dealer and try to get a quote. I do it once, twice a month, and it is impossible. They have let me call the parts department. Well, I don't know if we have that in stock. Well, let me see what the part price is on that. And when you compare yourself to your competitors out there, that's not how it works. You can go to a competitor's website, any of the big tire providers out there, tire retailers out there, you can go to their website, get a quote in minutes, and make an appointment and be in and out in 30 minutes and get your tires replaced. And we wonder why dealers don't have a better penetration than 10%. So, this is the types of things that dealers, need to do differently, in my opinion. We need to manage the process. We need to follow up with customers after they buy. We need to do all of those things in order to have a positive impact. And I kind of want to close with this, Ted. I on the last roundtable presentation, I made an offer of the white paper. I'm going to make another offer today to any dealer and GM that might be participating in the roundtable this go around. This is dealers and GMs only. If you want to talk about not just tires, but that side of your business, the service side of your business, and if you believe that I know anything in terms of in the business, spending close to 30 years in it, I'm going to offer an hour of my time free to anybody that wants it. And I will give you whatever knowledge that I've amassed over the last 30 years and where I think things are headed in service and what I believe the dealers need to be focusing on in order to not only grow their service departments, but if you believe in some of the other things that are coming down the pipe, maybe save their businesses. And I can't promise that you'll take my advice. I can't promise that it's necessarily going to work if you don't make some changes. But I can promise this: it won't be a sales pitch. You're going to get an hour of my time, and it won't be to sell my products. I believe that dealers need to wrap their arms around. Dealers and GMs need to wrap their arms around their service departments differently than they ever have. And I'm hoping that I can help a few see this side of the business as the sexy part of the business, quite frankly, because this is the sexy side of the business, in my opinion, because it's the side of the business that's going to make more money and probably keep you afloat, particularly if the OEMs have their way. And at some point down the road, all you are is a storefront and an agency to deliver vehicles. You're going to need not going to need a 3% annual growth from your service department. You're going to need a 30% growth from your service department. And you can do that. That's not a pipe dream. We have the ability to claw back a lot of this business that is now going to the aftermarket, and it's not that hard. We just need to do a few things differently.
I love it. Everybody, David Boyle is the recognized expert. David, you've become that, okay, on tires and alignments and all things related to that. I don't know if you saw recently our good friend Brian Benstock. Brian Benstock spoke here on the Roundtable, and he asked the question, are you in the tire business? And there was a picture of his service manager with all these tires around him. And Brian said that it was before Thanksgiving. He went to the local Pathmark and saw they were selling turkeys at 70 cents a pound.
Yep.
And he offered to buy 100 of those turkeys. He went to the manager, and the manager said, no, well, I'll sell you one turkey, not 100. Because we lose money at that 70. And Brian said, why do you do that? He said, well, we know the average grocery cart is $85. So dealers need to think of it the same way. All right. We've got to stock the turkey, the tires, and we've got to be able to market them and sell them so we could sell the grocery cart, the alignments, the brakes, and all the good things that go with it. And I just love the analogy. And really
I actually think I used that same analogy on one of the roundtables a couple of years ago. In terms of, grocery stores know that side of the marketing operation better than most. That's their loss leader. They put there's a reason that the milk and the cheese and the eggs and the butter is at the back of the store. It's not because the coolers are more convenient back there. They put it back there because that's the stuff that most people need. That's the staples. And that's the stuff everybody they have to walk by all of the higher margin stuff in order to pick up the staples, and inevitably human nature is you grab a few of those high margin things on the way out. And dealers have those high margin things like alignments. I mean, you've heard me preach this numerous times. I mean, the tire is the key to the alignment sale, and the alignment is the key to the tire sale. They go hand in glove from that perspective. But the thing that is becoming more and more, I would say obvious, because it's always been obvious, but it's more and more it has me more and more fired up, is this connection between what I've been trying to get people to listen to and selling vehicles. And I love to see the data that's coming out. This new Forbes article was a fantastic read. It talks about, goes into some of the details around why and many of the things that I've been talking about in terms of price and convenience and all the other things. And I think too many dealers and even some service managers look at that and say, well, it's too big of a hill to climb. It really isn't. You don't need to make that many wholesale changes in order to really shift this business around. And as I said, I'm happy to talk to anybody that wants to talk about it. I'll share whatever knowledge I can to try to help dealers, see their service departments from a different perspective.
Everybody, David Boyle's company is TRAXTION.com. You see his email scrolling at the bottom of the screen. He's on LinkedIn. He's on social media. He's everywhere. And Dave, congratulations to you. And thank you for helping our dealers and our retailers open their eyes to the big opportunity that's ahead. And you know what? EVs or ICE vehicles, the one thing we have in common is they all ride on tires, and we need the tires. And that's the key. David Boyle, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Ted. And if anybody wants to chat with me about tires, my email is going around the bottom there. It's dboyle@traction.com. It's Traction with an X. Just shoot me an email and we'll set up a time to talk.
Great. Everybody, David Boyle from Traction here today at the Fixed Ops.
Thanks, Ted.
With new Traction software, the consumer will receive the results of their tire and alignment check sent directly to their smartphone. As soon as the tire scan is complete from the TreadSpec drive-over scanner, the results of the scan are sent to the consumer via text message. By clicking on the link in the text, a personalized interactive tire health report is generated for their vehicle. Each tire's condition is displayed showing the appropriate color based on the amount of wear. If they click on the tire, the wear profile is displayed for the tires on that axle. Showing the side view of the profile, color-coded based on wear, has proven to be the most effective way to graphically show the consumer what they need and help increase sales. If the vehicle needs an alignment or rotation check, the inspection icon will be illuminated either by the steering wheel or the rear axle. The alignment page graphically shows, using video animation, what the problem is: toe or camber wear. The TireWise assistant helps explain why doing an alignment or rotation is important. The web-based e-tread tracker report also makes it easy to pass this information around. So, with one click, the person in your store can send all the same information to a spouse or parent, so a joint decision can be made. Not everyone will buy that day. In fact, the data shows that roughly 50% will need more time to think about it. You must have a way to follow up with these customers, or you'll risk losing them to a competitor. And we all know if you lose them for tires, you run the risk of losing them forever. The management reporting module in TRAXTION produces a suite of reports that gives you actionable data to help manage this process. Missed sale opportunity reports, future yellow tire, marketing reports, and most importantly, a scorecard that shows how you're doing and how each of your people are doing individually. The old saying, "Inspect what you expect," gets a 21st century upgrade with TRAXTION, with fully automated reporting that allows management to easily and actively manage this process. It's the ultimate tire and alignment selling solution for dealers. TRAXTION.
Saddled up on their shining steed, we've got Earl Sticks Brown and Kelley Culliver from Radiant Ride.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Sticks Brown is here from Radiant Ride along with Kelley Culliver, and we are excited to hear about the latest on what is happening in our industry. Sticks and Kelley, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ted, Kelley. How you guys doing? Belated Happy New Year.
Yes, and welcome to the Wild West. I see you both have your hats. You look great. Sticks, you got a lot going on with the Radiant Ride, and I hear a lot of conversation within the industry about the exact type of stuff that Radiant Ride is doing. So congratulations to you. And I know more and more dealers are coming on board. So tell us what's happening.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yeah, the start of the new year has been just a really busy one. We're really excited for the upcoming projects we have slated. Just in short, for the top of the year, we are engaged with becoming more digitally integrated with various DMS providers. We've got dialogue going on with that. We want to be more digitally connected to the industry, our dealers and DMS providers, and the upcoming cyber security compliance that are required by vendors who do business with dealerships. So we are just staying ahead of the curve and getting ready to take our business to the next level. Just of late, at the recent SEMA show, we were excited to launch our new program called Radiant Ride Certified Dealer Network.
Wow.
It's an exciting program that we are just having a really good time with at dealerships. As you know, the Radiant Ride program is unique in that what we're bringing to the marketplace is a very unique service experience for car owners. As you know, convenience is just a really top priority for consumers across the board in all sectors. What we're bringing to the table is a service experience that creates a one-stop shop service experience for car owners. The service experience that we're bringing to the marketplace is a one-stop shop solution for car owners who want dents and dings, windshield chips, alloy wheel repair, leather rips and tears, paint touch-up. The whole idea of offering convenience to customers. When they go to the dealership and have routine maintenance, they can have these cosmetic reconditioning repairs done at the same time. Today, consumers don't have access to convenient cosmetic repairs. What we're doing is working collaboratively with dealers, creating destination centers for dealers so that customers can receive cosmetic reconditioning repairs and routine maintenance.
I love it. I love what you're doing. And Kelley and Sticks, my hat's off to both of you because it's long overdue in our industry.
Absolutely. The feedback that we're getting from dealers, they love the retention, customers love the convenience, and to support and what's the right word? Just to substantiate what we're doing in the marketplace. We did a really good survey mid of last year and surveyed customers on the service drive. 89% of customers would have cosmetic repairs done at a dealership during routine maintenance if the service was available. So we're raising awareness in the marketplace about the idea of car owners having cosmetic repairs and routine maintenance done at the dealership. Now, this is a new service sector that is on the market and we're trying to promote. So in our effort to raise awareness, we are undergoing an extensive marketing advertising campaign that educates the consumers about the benefits of maintaining the cosmetic appearance of their car. This marketing campaign is being conducted in television commercials, print ads, LinkedIn, Google ads, YouTube, and of course, automotive podcasts like Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I noticed that last one there. So great place to be. And you got the audience here as well, Kelley and Sticks, who are keenly interested in adopting this type of stuff.
And I just want to mention,
go ahead.
I just want to mention a few of we do these by markets. And we were recently targeting the Fresno market. So you'll see on some of these slides, for example, this one says the Fresno B. It's because that's the most recent market that we were targeting with our ad campaign.
Sure.
Absolutely. So as we go to other metropolitan markets, those ads, those social media targets will be geofenced into specific markets. Okay.
Sticks, I couldn't even spell the word geofenced a year ago. So proud of
you. I just learned that 2 years ago, right? So our marketing company provided some stats on how these targeted ads are performing. And we were very surprised to learn that this messaging that we're out campaigning with is resonating with car owners. The total impressions exceeded 1.5 million, over 1.5 million. Our digital display campaign received over 1.3 million impressions. Our video content, over 330,000 impressions. And we received over 2,000 clicks to our website alone. And all of
this is just in Fresno.
And this is just in Fresno. And all of this messaging is to direct customers to select certified dealership, Radiant Right certified dealers in that given market.
I love the name, Radiant Ride Certified Dealer Network. Love it.
So the Radiant Right certified market, or the Radiant Right certified marketing campaign for dealers, we are basically directing this messaging and creating destination centers for car owners to go to for this unique service of combining cosmetic repairs and routine maintenance.
Love it. Love it. Strong.
So when we've had the privilege of being on your podcast before, Ted, we mentioned that um, we actually don't want to be in every dealership. We want to be able to really leverage and market the dealerships we have, which is what should be attractive to the dealerships we talk to, because if we make you Radiant Ride certified, you're a dealership you can go to get that service. Whereas, dealership B across the street doesn't have that service. And with all of our marketing, we get many calls, many emails from people saying, hey, I really want this Radiant Ride service. Where can I get it? We look up what city we're in and we're like, well, you can get it at this dealership, this and this dealership. And then they're more prone to go buy their cars there because they can get this service there. And as many guests have mentioned on your podcast, that's what dealerships are really looking for right now is building retention and having their customers come back to the service drive. And the customers are more prone to come back to the service drive if not only they're getting their oil checked, but they're also getting the dent and ding on that they just got from a shopping cart hitting their car removed, etc. And when we did this survey last year, I do have to say I was a little skeptical. I thought most of the people would react and say they'd rather have mobile service at their home.
Sure.
But as we said earlier, the majority actually would prefer just to have it done at the dealership when they come in for everything else. So it's all done at once, they're not bothered multiple times. So it definitely brings more people back to the service drive, back to these dealerships. The dealerships that are, Radiant Ride certified are definitely going to get more customers over their competitor. With that said, though, we do provide, although we always try to drive the customer back towards a dealership, if some of our customers aren't near a dealership, for example, they buy their car in Modesto and then they move to Texas and we don't have a dealership in that particular area yet, we have our mobile techs that we can send to their home to take care of that service. And that still always wows them. And they still, customers, they always think the dealership and us are the same thing, hand in hand. So when we send a mobile technician to their home in Texas, they're just like, wow, I can't believe my dealership I bought my car from in Modesto sent me a technician in, Texas. And they're really just amazed by that particular dealership still. So
that's brilliant that
it's
you
a
do
really
that.
great program.
And that is the ultimate, Kelley, in customer convenience. Also sticks that aligns with dealer retention objectives and, of course, customer experience objectives as well. So great job.
And the end result is, it does give the dealer a more competitive position in the marketplace. They are offering a service that customers can't otherwise get anywhere else in the automotive service space. So, working in partnership and in concert with dealership service departments, F&I departments, we really do achieve elevating that customer engagement, that customer experience, and ultimately increase the likelihood of selling that customer their next car. Going above and beyond the customer's expectations in service, customer engagement, it goes a long way of just helping the dealer build their brand, promote loyalty, and help the customer preserve their trade-in value and resale value. It's win-win for the dealer, win-win for the customer, and win-win for the industry.
Love it. Great.
And we're really excited to announce that the Radiant Ride certified program.
Okay.
We're scaling throughout Northern California, but we just completed a white paper that summarizes our business model and how dealers can get started and look at incorporating Radiant Ride certified into their store. And as we begin making contacts, we're going to make that white paper available and publish it for dealers that want to explore becoming a Radiant Ride certified dealer.
Love it. And we'd love to be able to help you get that word out as well, Sticks. So
Absolutely.
super.
Absolutely.
Good. Love it. Love it. And more on your website, and look at the many different brands that Radiant Ride serves. So congratulations to you on the Radiant Ride Certified Dealer Network.
And let's take a look at that final slide. So as a result of being a part of our Radiant Ride Certified Dealer Network, it's new customer development. The overall accomplished objective is new customer development, new service for the department, higher dealership retention, and higher automotive aftermarket revenue, and helping the dealership gain a more competitive advantage in the marketplace.
It absolutely is. There's nothing like it in the market, everybody. Sticks Brown and Kelley Culliver at Radiant Ride are setting the pace. They now have launched their certified Radiant Ride Dealer Network. Sticks Brown is all over social media. You can't miss the Radiant Ride brand. And Sticks, congratulations on this concept. It's more than a concept. It is working now in dealership, and great job to both of you on that. So I have a question for you. Are you going to be later this week at the NADA?
Yes, I will be attending NADA. Look forward to meeting all of the Fixed Ops Roundtable presenters and speakers. Many of them will be there. Many of your audience will be there. There are a number of sponsors of Fixed Ops Roundtable that's going to have booths there that I plan to visit and support.
Everybody, reach out to Radiant Ride on social media. They are posting all over on LinkedIn. I see them on Facebook. RadiantRide.com is the website. Sticks Brown is easy to reach. And congratulations to both of you. And I look forward to what's next. This cosmetic recon with the convenience at taking care of that when I do scheduled maintenance is a great differentiator today in our industry. So great job.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right.
Thank you very much, Ted, for having us. Stay tuned. More to come.
Everybody, Radiant Ride, Sticks Brown, and Kelley Culliver here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
The number one benefit of Radiant Ride is convenience for the customer. Whenever they're coming in for maintenance, they're able to come in, get their basic services done, but also take care of the windshields, the wheels, the dents at the same time, allowing us to make it a seamless effort for them.
It's a great benefit, and I've had several customers that I personally know that have purchased Radiant Ride and have told me how great it is. They know that they got a windshield star or other issue with the vehicle, and they don't have to panic because they know, hey, when I go in to get my car serviced next, I'll just get it all taken care of at once, and they love the convenience.
Well, that's what's worked out so well. We've been able to just take care of the regularly scheduled maintenance along with any warranty work or whatever, and we can take care of, what the program has to offer. And so you can encompass the whole experience under one umbrella, and that's what's worked so well for us.
There's a lot of great benefits to Radiant Ride, especially the customer retention. Being able to have customers come back to your dealership. The convenience factor of it, being local, and if there's somebody far away, guess what? Radiant Ride will go to them as well. To be able to have a product that, that takes care of all those things, and for a customer to come into a dealership where they bought it from, and for us to be able to hold on to that customer, it's important. It just brings them back every time, and if they're in here for their third, fourth, fifth year of issues, and at that time they're looking at buying a new car because they're so well taken care of, it's a great tool for the dealership as well. So it's a win-win situation for everybody.
With Radiant Ride, that helps us become a one-stop shop for all their needs. We don't have to, they don't have to worry about going anywhere else for any of their vehicle needs at all. The other dealers out there, the great thing about Radiant Ride is the support behind the scenes. If there's ever any issues or questionable situations, Radiant Ride always stands behind the product and is there for the customer.
incredible day 2 we've had at this Wild West rodeo. The Fixed Ops Roundtable has the best cowboys and cowgirls in all of the automotive industry. Don't forget to pull out your phones from your saddlebags and vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced when the dust settles on day 4. Thank you for riding with the Roundtable today, and stay tuned for day 3 of the Wild West. And don't forget your boots and spurs.